Hi, welcome to week 7. This week's focus is on family multiliteracies. Our team has been working very hard on this particular week, where we have professionally captured videos of families throughout the Midwest and are representative of families from your school districts. And so you may see some familiar faces, but we enter into the homes with great sacredness, going into the spaces of our children's homes and learning about how families view bilingualism, language, and literacies. And you will see here the definition of multiliteracies and how this can be instructive to us as teachers in our classroom of English learners, as you'll see here in these videos, more appropriately framed emergent bilinguals. So let's take a closer look. Multiliteracies. So this term has been around since the mid-90s. You'll see here a group of scholars from around the world that had similar but slightly different foci, but many being in colleges of education, linguistics, and anthropology, where they endeavored to examine the changing definition of literacy and specifically the changing definition of languages, and that we can't just be focused on literacy looking one way, but that we need to think more inclusively of the cultural, linguistic, communicative, and technological diversity, not just as skills, but resources that our children bring to the class. So this is them dressed very groovily in the mid-1990s. You can tell by their attire. And of course, at this time, these scholars are some of them have actually retired, but have gone on to talk extensively about multiliteracies. But this is why they call themselves the New London Group. They met in New London, New Hampshire, and basically created this seminal paper that is informing the field today. So multiliteracies takes us a step farther than just thinking about literacies in a one-dimensional format. So I've already described the cultural, linguistic, communicative, and technological resources that our children bring to school. But to talk about this more simply, what happens in homes is of significance and of value to the child and to the family. And those values that children bring to schools are important cultural resources that are to be understood within schools instead of squashed or ignored. Oftentimes, we are not aware of the multiliteracies that our children bring to school. And that's the purpose of the project that we just recently did on the interviews with our families and your analysis forthcoming. So multiliteracies really helps us shift things on its head from looking at different languages and literacies as a deficit that takes away and looking at things more additively and how students can contribute uniquely to school. But it's incumbent upon us as educators to think about how those differences can be incorporated. So let's take a look at these two columns. You'll see on the left-hand side is the traditional or autonomous definition of literacy and language, meaning it's fixed, it's one-dimensional, and it's just text. And the scholars from the New London Group suggest that literacy and language is dynamic and fluid, it's negotiated, it's multidimensional, and it's also multimodal, meaning it can be expressed in a lot of different ways, including technological, in languages other than English, and in languages that that maybe are not necessarily linguistic, other forms of expression as well. So this is a clearer definition of what multiliteracies claims to be with the things that are on the right-hand side. Think about your schools, think about the homes of your families, and where do these intersect, and where do they perhaps collide or conflict? So why is it important to think about literacy more fluidly and not as being fixed and standardized? This is really the construction we often do in schools. Language looks like this, language is expressed like this, literacy is this, and you must master it by this time, right? Very, very standardized. And so if there is one standard, then what that does is it suggests that other expressions of language and literacy are non-standard. And if they're non-standard, the tendency is to drive our focus on the deficits and remediating those deficits out of children. The other thing that this does is if we construct literacy and languages in this way, what it does is it says that schools are better at it than the families. And that is really, really hard for me to say. But this is something that often schools know best instead of parents know best. And that's something that I want you to really seriously think about. The biggest thing that happens when we have this literacy is fixed mentality, or the myth of this, is it really diminishes opportunities for something we call reciprocity. Reciprocity is an equal relationship between the teacher and the parent. And oftentimes this is something we need to foster, and it takes time. And I hope that through your case studies, you've gotten to know a family a little bit better. And through this, you have a window into their world that can create a flatter line of communication that can serve as a model for other families that you approach throughout your school year and throughout your career as an educator. So think about this. How do we in schools construct language and literacy? What have been some of your shifts around language and literacy since starting this program? And what are the implications for you as a teacher among your English learners? So another reading that you have done this week is The Funds of Knowledge by Mol, Amante, Neff, and Gonzalez. And Amante and Neff are actually practitioners, whereas Mol and Gonzalez, pictured here, are scholars at the University of Arizona. So they take us a step further with multiliteracies, and they use the frame of funds of knowledge. And these are the historically accumulated and culturally developed bodies of knowledge and skills that are essential for household or individual functioning and well-being. And more specifically, it honors families' knowledge as valid and important. It frames the knowledge as being additive and not as a deficit. It means something to the family. And also that this form of the funds of knowledge are also position knowledge as flexible, adaptive, and active, meaning that families are able to socially negotiate their particular context. And in so doing, they show wonderful resilience in how they appropriate access to knowledge for themselves and for the children in their family. So think about funds of knowledge and think about what you have perhaps discovered during your interview with your families. So Mole and colleagues ask us to think a step deeper about what FOK means for us in our teaching. As you read through this article, one of the things they talk about is that teachers are in the role of the learner, right? Right now, you're in the role of the learner because you are a student again, right? And this is a real place of vulnerability, discomfort, and sometimes conflict as we are adjusting what we historically thought and creating new avenues about how we can maybe think differently about things. So, one of the things they do in their home visitation to identify funds of knowledge is that teachers have to suspend their historic thinking about what those homes may be like. In so doing, we create this relationship. We talked about reciprocity before, but they also call it symmetry with our families. And if we have symmetry with our families, our access with the families is much more complete, and it also gives us rich resources in which to inform our classroom practices. And also, when we have this particular frame of mind, we are mediators of learning versus the directors of learning, meaning our students bring a lot of that content knowledge, a lot of academic language that is very sophisticated. the language of compare and contrast, the language of synthesis, the language of analysis, the language of regrouping, the language of examination. Those are all repertoires of language and literacy that they have. So with that, I leave you with some videos, and I am going to create additional slides here and put your names adjacent to them, inviting you to reflect on your particular slide and applying this principle of funds of knowledge. I'm going to share with you this one video of a child reading with her father in the language of Karen, which is one of the languages of Burma. And you'll see this bilingual exchange happening, a really rich exchange between a father and a child. And so I want you to think about the languages and literacies and also the funds of knowledge that you see emerging from this exchange. And then on the slides that follow, I invite you to make direct comment with your small group members on what you are seeing. In this video, you will see a family doing a read aloud together. So I want you to think about the funds of knowledge, what's going on here with the learners, and what's going on with symmetry, and what's going on with the mediation, with the teacher roles being enacted here.
I enjoyed watching this short clip. I think after reading the articles for this week and seeing that it's something that all teachers probably strive for to happen for their students at home. I'm going to start with the symmetry. The reciprocity front with our relationship with teacher and family. It seems as though the little girl was reading a book that would be pretty on level for her age, maybe even a book that she had taken home from the school or from the library. We read about those examples this week in our articles. So it was a book that she could easily read and understand. Um, for the funds of knowledge, it seemed as though the mom had taken on the role of the teacher, encouraging her daughter to understand or like repeat the story back to her in Spanish in the second language. After the the older boy, maybe the mediator, um, read the book in English, and then the mother seemed to ask the little girl to repeat it back to her in Spanish. Um, the older boy also helped to make sure the little girl understood the reading. But I thought it was really neat that the mom was asking for the little girl to use both languages, like input was English, output was Spanish, maybe. Um, and then as the learner, the little girl translated the English book to Spanish for her mother. And there were a couple of times in there that it was cute. She was like, "What?" Or, and you could tell that the older boy was trying to help her understand it. Throughout this, the knowledge was definitely an active conversation between the three family members. All three were involved. I think this shows um, family support for literacy in the Mole, Amonte, Neff, and Gonzalez reading on page 137. I really liked this part at the bottom. Only a part of that child is present in the classroom. They're talking about Carlos, but it says we really had little idea of what his life was like outside the classroom and what he knew about the world. I think sometimes we get so wrapped up in our curriculum and our standards that we don't take time to appreciate our students and where they come from and their histories. So just doing the interview was awesome. Learning more about my students and also doing that kind of thing in parent teacher conferences. So I'm hoping to incorporate more of this information in my classrooms in the future.
Thank you for this video. I really enjoyed watching it and watching their interactions with language and translanguaging. It was just really fun to see that. But thinking about the funds of knowledge, I think there are a couple things that I noticed is that it looks like mom can read or decode those words. I saw her like lip reading some of them. And even when the child, assuming her daughter, did not relay the information correctly, she said, no, go back and take a look at that again. And then also, she seems to have like really good receptive knowledge of English as well. When she's hearing, I think, brother the boy speak and read the passages. And then it's also really helpful that it sounds like brother is bilingual and knows both languages. And then additionally, with like funds of knowledge, it seems like um, because of mom's receptive language, she can pick out those words, and she was like recasting to him and saying, "No, el árbol, no, the tree." Every time he used translanguaging for the word tree, she would say, "No, el árbol," or she would just rephrase it for him, and then he finally, went ahead and used the term. And when it comes to mediating, so it seems like brother is fulfilling that role, but also it seems like she's fulfilling that role too, mediating when um, I mean, he's more, able to mediate with reading the passage, but I almost wonder if mom is doing a little bit of that too, where, um, she's asking daughter to look back at the passage, to kind of like, no, read that again. And so it seems like while brother's fulfilling that role, mediating for them, mom also is kind of playing a role in that too. Thinking about symmetry, I feel like mom is really facilitating um, the the daughter's comprehension of the text. So while brother is reading it aloud, sister is looking at the pictures, connecting that, making a connection to self, and then mom's asking her, what does that say in Spanish? What does that mean? And so I think thinking about teacher as a learner, we could really learn from that and like what she's doing at home and how we can use that, knowing that she's doing this, what practices or what activities we could also send home and kind of partner with her in that. But yeah, it seems like mom is really helping both of them with continued practice in being bilingual. Um, so that's what I see in this clip.
Thanks, Crystal and Kylie, for your great post related to funds of knowledge. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the readings. And I'm especially glad that the clips were very telling for you, to see the really organic ways in which families are interacting. And this comes from some of the readings that you've done for this week. It also informs a lot of the research that we're doing at Purdue with families. So, what I want to draw upon was one of your classmates said that probably the most significant takeaway, as far as a quote, to sort of capture funds of knowledge, is much of the teaching and learning is motivated by children's questions and interests. And so we see the girl who is interested in this text and the ways in which her family becomes a part of that. So, and Crystal, you help us think about symmetry and how the brother is mediating one construction of language and meaning, and mom is doing another one. And that the daughter is equally engaged. And so there's really sort of like this trifecta of symmetry that is going on. And then, Kylie, you talk about how this really lent itself to you thinking about the interview that you just completed with your focal family, and how this is something that you wish that you could incorporate. And so when I say much of the teaching and learning is motivated by children's questions and interests, what is it about schools that where we don't do that, right? Or maybe we do it to develop background knowledge and then it's over, right? And so, in what ways can schools reflect some of these funds of knowledge and using that paradigm to inform our instruction? Are we feeling constrained by that, liberated by that possibility? Um, I welcome your thoughts about what symmetry means for this family, but also what that symmetry means for you as a classroom teacher. And not necessarily transporting strategies from the home to the school, because the language ecology in the home is very different from the language ecology in your classroom.
So I also enjoyed doing my home visit as well. I feel like I learned a lot about my family and a lot about my student that I probably wouldn't have if I didn't do this home visit. But I feel like after watching this video a couple times, definitely I do see that there is symmetry here with all three of them, the mom, with alongside with her oldest son or her older son and the daughter. I feel like is um she is kind of leading them in this read aloud that the son and the daughter were doing. She was asking questions. She was also asking her daughter to translate to see. I don't know if she was doing that to see if her daughter knew how to get her point across in Spanish. I think so because it seems like the mom was able to read the book that they were reading as well. Um, and but then also the brother would jump in if, for example, when the little girl didn't know, "Let's go," or "It's time." Yeah, "Let's go." I think is what the mom asked, what that meant, and she said that it was time to go, but uh, or es hora de ir, but the brother corrected and said it means vámonos. And so he was also playing a role there. Um, I also feel like they were using a lot of background knowledge here. It seems like maybe they have a dog or a pet that they kept referring to and kind of making connections. And so definitely the mom there was doing, or not the mom, but all of them were doing sort of at some time or at some point or another. Being mediators in their learning. And then I also felt like um, this reminded me of my home visit that I did. Not that I did any kind of, they weren't reading to me, but it gives you an idea of what their home life is like or what they do that is at home that we don't get to see. And one thing that I really liked on page 134 from the readings of Mole, Amonte, Neff, and Gonzalez. So on page 24, it said, um, that children in the household are not passive bystanders as they seem in the classroom, but active participants in a broad range of activities mediated by these social relationships. And so that really made me think of that there is so much more to our students that we don't know. And I do remember when I was in college during my undergrad, that they talked a lot about doing home visits and how we should do home visits. But when I started teaching, um, we never did them. I did ask a couple of teachers about home visits, and they kind of were like, yeah, we don't do that, and so, um, I got away from that, and had never done one until our interview for our project here. And I feel like if I got to know my families on this kind of level, there would be so much more that we could do. I really liked how here in the reading they also brought in the mom, and was she helped the kids, um, or she taught the kids how to make, what was it that she taught them how to make? Some kind of candy. Um, and so oh yeah, pipitoria, a Mexican candy treat. And so I feel like, having this, going back to the video, this would be something that a lot of the times I don't see a lot of my families volunteering for much, at all in the school or in our classroom. And I haven't been at this school this is my first year there, but I am. Um, and I think a lot of it also right now has to do with the fact that some schools aren't allowing families to visit. But once that happens, I feel like, this mom could very well go into a classroom, and we either work with a small group or do a read aloud or have a child read to them, and have somebody, yeah, have a child read to her, and she could ask the same type of questions, because I feel like there's a lot to learn from the questions that she was asking and the connections they were making. And the mom had all of the knowledge. She definitely knew the right questions to ask, and she was an actively participating um, in her role, um, as a teacher.
Hey Paula, I missed something, and I think you mentioned that when she was talking about that you think they might have a dog because they were kind of discussing that, and just like your connection there with prior knowledge, so kind of bringing that and honing that in from that home connect to reading a text and literature, and then creating that like dialogue in their language. And so with that, I was also thinking along that same, because I think you quoted the same page along the same lines. I was thinking page 134, where it talks about the funds of knowledge, like even the idea of like her mom responding like, no, that's not quite it, and like searching for the meaning. It reminded me of something I like also highlighted on here. It said, our analysis of funds of knowledge represents a positive view of households as containing ample cultural and cognitive resources with great potential utility for classroom instruction. And so like kind of thinking about that, where it's like, oh, we're reaching into their prior knowledge, but it's wonderful that they're having these conversations at home. And so as well, like having these conversations and then getting to know them, like you mentioned, the home visit, getting to know them in that way. And then also connecting it to classroom instruction. And I think that was something that based off of this interview as well, like I feel like better able to do that too, like you're mentioning with the home visit, just getting more information and really seeing their interactions. But really the potential for utility in the classroom is really like, yeah, I feel as though it has such value. Um, and yeah, the discussions and prior knowledge, practicing those skills, practicing the connections to self. So it really is a fund of knowledge.
Hi, Paula. I'm glad that you really enjoyed your case study in examining the language and identities of the emergent bilingual family. I've enjoyed reading all of your papers related to that and how illuminating it is. So, one of the things that I noticed with the symmetry in this particular clip is how the symmetry is really fluid, right? And although mom is taking a lead, we can see how she sort of nimbly offers the leadership to her son, back to her daughter, right? It's like a soft tennis ball match, and it's done so beautifully and organically, right? So when we think about the characteristics of a quality read aloud that we might learn about in pre and in service programming or in our professional development, we can see here that the mom really has a command of this symmetry, which is central to the construct of read alouds. What I find interesting is we see this read aloud happening, and it's pretty typical that we stop seeing read alouds around first grade. They just promptly stop. Um, but what would it look like to have this symmetry in a classroom? So that's something that I want you to think about, not about importing mom's precise strategy, but thinking about the ways in which mom is creating that symmetry.
So I think that we could really use the funds of knowledge and teaching in our classroom to have a better understanding of our students and our families and what they can bring and what they already bring to the table and what they can bring to the table, or not to the table but to the classroom, if we were to incorporate them more in our classroom. And so, looking back at the reading on page 136, I think especially in the section where it talked about seeing beyond stereotypes. So I feel like a lot of the times teachers, I'm also including myself in this, not just calling other people out, but one of the quotes, it says, there is much teachers do not know about their students or families that could be immediately helpful in the classroom. And then it goes on to talk about how uh, how the students experiences or family life or things that they do in their family um, can really help the classroom. And another thing that they said is that the teacher is ultimately the bridge between the student's world, theirs and their families, funds of knowledge, and the classroom experience. But if we get to know our families and have that symmetry of seeing not only ourselves as the teacher, but also how the family plays a role in that. I feel like we could really parents we could really work alongside each other, as in now a lot of Hispanic families don't feel like they have a voice, and they don't really feel like they are capable, sometimes in a way, to help their students, because they see the teacher as they really value the Hispanic families really value the teachers and their knowledge, and really see them as and it even mentioned it here, is that they really have that, like they just really value the teacher, and what they have to say, and they feel like they don't have the knowledge that the teacher does, so in a way they may feel like they can't help their children, but really we can, but we just have to open those doors, and find that symmetry, so where we can work together, versus, you know, having the student, or versus having it be traditionally like the student comes in and the teacher is the one that teaches, you know, the student is the one that learns, and the family is just kind of there, and we don't really get to see our families other than at back to school night or at parent teacher conferences. And so I feel like it would be so valuable to have, these conversations with our families, because they do bring a lot to, they have a lot to offer. And I think a lot of the times maybe they don't think that they do. And a lot of the times teachers may not think that they do either, that their families have, um, or that they could, that they have all of these knowledge, all of this knowledge that it is coming from there. And yeah, we do it, you know, through background knowledge, but that's basically where we stop. We don't really, approach more, you know, we don't really dig deeper into that. And something that the other reading mentioned, the other reading from Murillo, some of the things that, you know, that we could do in the classroom that I like, is, you know, having, one of the things that they said that we could do is, let me go back here, ask students to interview their parents or caregivers on how they use reading and writing in their daily lives. Like that would be, at the beginning of the year, so valuable. Not only for the teacher, but also for the student to see, look at how much literacy there is in our home that I wasn't aware of. Um, Try a food literacy project. I also like that one where, you know, they talk about, the foods that they eat and they keep a diary. And then they ask their parents like how they get their recipes, if they look them up or if they do them from memory or if they look at a specific book or notes. And then the last one was, talk about examples of religious literacies in their families and compare them with the forms that they are learning to use in school. I'm not sure, if we could do that one, based, I don't know, based on just the fact that it's religion, or if that's okay. And then the last one was, teachers to wishing to integrate numeracy and literacy can, guide students in exploring and analyzing the financial literacies of their own homes. So that's another thing that, you know, that where you can not only incorporate literacy but also, math or numbers. So, um, I really feel like making this shift of thinking like this would just be so beneficial, not only for the teacher and for the students but also for the families, to give them a voice.
Hi, Crystal. Just responding to some things that you said. I too, well, I had a different video, but in this one, there was a lot more transitioning from um, English to Spanish. In the other, father was reading in Karen, and then she was just restating it in English. So this was a lot more transitioning between languages. And one thing that I noticed, I feel like the daughter was trying to restate it in English at first, and then the mom said, no, but in Spanish. And I loved that she was trying to have her daughter hear it in English, read it in English, but then explain it in Spanish. That was something that when I did my interview, that the mom said that she really struggles with is how to allow her son to be successful in school and, you know, learn English, but also not lose his Spanish culture and heritage in that language. So I feel like an activity like this is really, really important for solidifying, you know, growth in English as well as that continued development of their home language. I also, this just made me think, you know, when I'm working with my level ones, you know, it's always good to remember, like, tell me I tell them a lot, like, tell me in Spanish, and or like, what word does this look like in Spanish? So just like that reinforcement of cognates, and also obviously the use of visuals. When any student, not just level ones, when any EL or any student for that matter is in doubt about a lot of the content, if I always reinforce that idea of looking at extra visuals on the page or extra text features, to really help. And I love that I see that the mom is kind of reinforcing that at home as well. So I liked looking at your guys' videos, or your video and mine as well. It was a different way of seeing what parents do at home.
Hey, Paula, I think it's interesting how you pointed out from the video that the family was using background knowledge, like they had a pet. I don't speak Spanish, so I didn't catch that. But after listening to you say it and trying to go back again and listen to it, I can see that. It's just something I didn't pick up at first. I also highlighted the part of the passage in Mole, page 134, about how students at home are more active participants in the activities. Also, their participation is central to the household's functioning. So after reading that, I thought, wow, they are very active in participation at home. And then when they come to school, a lot of times we ask them to sit and listen. So that's a completely different role for them. And we're asking children to do this. I think I want their home life and their classroom life to be a little more balanced, or like cohesive for them to move back and forth in, not like a total shift for them. Um, I've noticed after reading that too that some of the students in my class are more likely to speak out than others. And I think, in the past we've just been like, well, they talk too much, or it's disrespectful to shout out like that and whatnot. But now I have a better understanding that they're just being actively participating in school because that's what they're used to outside of school. Um, and then Dr. Trish, you said that after your question, I thought that we should listen to our students more, listen to their stories more, take the time to listen to their weekend, like how their weekends were and what they do at home with who, and learn more about their backgrounds. Obviously, from all of our readings this week, especially, um, get a better handle on what they're thinking academically and socially, and then listen to their questions to help guide our lessons. Um, See what they want to do to allow them to be more active in the classroom. Paula, you also brought up a really interesting topic about home visits. I did my interview in school in reading these articles about the researchers went to the homes and participated in different functions with families outside the home. um, I too have wondered about home visits. My fellow teachers and I have talked about just even knowing where our students live and whatnot. Like sometimes we want to know, but sometimes we have students who come from really poor families. So I think we kind of shield ourselves from that, because it would be a lot for us to take on. I know that probably sounds selfish, um, but it but still, it doesn't stop me from being interested in it. Um, I have done one home visit, and that was uh, a year or two after I had been teaching. This one mom like never came into the school and participated in parent teacher conferences and whatnot. And it's not because she didn't want to; she was always so busy. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll come to you. And it was a well-known family of the school, but I think I agree. I've wondered about doing home visits, or I've always wanted to do like a back to school night at the park, and invite kids and their families. I think that would be a lot of fun. So maybe next year I'll get I'll be brave enough to do something like that. You also talk about how Hispanic families value teachers in um, in my community. Dr. Trish mentioned that in Logansport we had a large increase of Hispanic families due to Tyson, what is now Tyson. And so when that started happening, when we had a lot of Hispanic families moving into Logansport, a lot of people who had been here were questioning them, or like they would see them in the grocery stores and be like, their kids are so loud and da 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 da. And now I go to the grocery store with my 2 children, and they are so loud. But I'm like, I get it. And how, anyway, going back to how you say Hispanic families value teachers, I explained to my friends and family who have been in our community forever, when they ask me, what's it like to have all of the Hispanic children in your classroom? And I say, well, they're really well behaved, and a lot of them are much better behaved than the white kids in my classroom. And when we have parent teacher conferences, I love conferencing with them because there is dialogue. It's translated, but like, they say thank you and they appreciate what we're doing and they ask questions, um, rather than, some families that we get aren't always so appreciative of us. So, um, they definitely, as we've read, I've noticed firsthand how they appreciate and want to help their children's education. So, thank you for bringing those to light. And I'm glad I'm not the only one who's considered home visits.
Wanted to respond. I totally get your point about doing home visits. I've always, like I said, in college, like we talked about it and we read and about it, and our professors were like, "This is such a great thing for you to do to get your students." But anyways, but yeah, a lot of my students, or the students in my school in particular, also, some of them also come from very poor family, or poor neighborhoods, and I think that it would be a lot for for me to see that, and uh, it would definitely be a shift, and it would be difficult to know that this is how some of my families live, but I feel like we could totally learn so much from them, and you know um, almost get rid of those, or have like a shift in our mindset about some of the misconceptions that we may have, just like you were talking about, the home visit that you did for the mom that was always just so busy. And I feel like a lot of the times we may kind of make the assumption that the parent may not be interested in their child's education, but like you said, it's just they may have a circumstance where they're not able to attend or go. But I think that having a picnic for a back to school night, like you mentioned, that would be a great idea. It would also be a good idea to do kind of like a pitch in, and that way families not only get to know each other, but we get to know a little bit about some of the foods that they eat. So the interesting thing, or about a lot of my families know each other because I teach in the dual program. I'm the only These kids have been together, most of them since kindergarten. And so the parents have gotten to know each other through their kids, which I find interesting. I mean, obviously, like, you get to know the families of the kids that your children are friends with. But I find it interesting now thinking that these families don't know each other because of the school relationships that the district has built, or that the school has built. It's because of the relationships that their children have built, that they have gotten to know each other. And like I said, they've been together since kindergarten, and now we're in fourth grade. And so, since it's the only strand of dual language in my school, they will stay together until they are in sixth grade. So I feel like that's even more of an opportunity there to not only get to know the families, but also pass that on to different grade levels. Like we could learn so much from our families throughout the school career. And many of them have siblings that also go to the school or will go to the school or have gone to the school. And I feel like they are, I feel like there's a big difference with our Hispanic families because, like, for example, we have a lot of like white families that their kids have gone to school or they have children that are already out of school and some that are already out of the school and some that are still going to the school. And I feel like they have so much, like the parents that are really involved, they have so much, or, you know, you see them all the time at school. And I don't feel like we get that with our Hispanic families. And I feel like I don't know how to make that bridge. Um, because we do a lot of like fundraisers at our school. But like that's not done in Latin America. Like you don't do a lot of fundraisers. And so I feel like it would be good to have some sort, I don't know what it would be, but some sort of bridge to get those families to feel like they do have a voice. And they definitely do value education, and especially the teachers. It's always very appreciative, very, like they really give teachers their full trust in what they're doing for in what they're doing in the classroom. They don't typically question anything. And they just give their full trust in the fact that what you're doing, or what you're doing, because you have this degree in teaching. And yes, I've also gotten that. So this is my first year being in a dual classroom, and I've gotten a lot of my colleagues that are like teaching in a monolingual classroom. They're always like, "Oh my God, your students are so well behaved." In comparison to the other classrooms at my school, the dual language classrooms are always the ones that are really well behaved in school. I mean, obviously you have your talkers, but it's just a big difference in that. And definitely when I did parent teacher conferences this time around, it was so different. They were, like you said, very appreciative. Hardly didn't have any questions, which I would like to encourage them. But I don't, I'm not sure. They did have questions like, how are they behaving? How are they doing? They did have questions, but not some of the, I don't know. It was just a different type of conference that I've had in the past when I was when the setting of my classroom was different. And so, yeah, I just wanted to kind of comment back on some of the things that you said.
Thanks everybody for your great additions. Crystal, Paul, Kylie, and Abby as well. I love that you have jumped in and have been commenting on funds of knowledge and the linguistic bricolage and looking at this notion of, and that you have found that this particular project has been incredibly powerful as you have really kind of a lens in to what you're seeing with your emergent bilingual families and how they are negotiating and are active agents in their children's education. One of the things that Paula, I wanted to hit upon that you kind of had me thinking about, as well as others, is this whole notion of parent-teacher conferences and families wanting to know how is my child doing, how is he behaving, And I think when we hear the term, the construct of como se porta, we just think comportamiento, which the translation is behavior. But I think behavior, it's not just being well behaved in the sense of being polite and courteous. It really is, how is my child connecting across others? And with that sort of understanding of what families are really meaning, it really brings to light what you all were talking about, is that we see all of this rich interactions in households across children and across their parents, and this triangulation of different resources with their different languages, their different identities, that is all brought together. And so when we see all of this mediation happening, and we think about school being sort of this stand and deliver model where they're doing a lot of listening during the day, but we see how the interaction is so helpful to them, right? So what does that mean for us? I'm not saying for you to go and transport a strategy into your classroom tomorrow. I'm not saying that at all. But what do we need to think about? The other thing that I want to draw upon is this whole notion of in loco parentes, right? I believe that's Latin, in loco parentes, which means in my absence, you are, as the teacher, you are my child's parent, right? And a lot of times I will hear teachers say, oh, isn't that awesome? They're so respectful. They really are, they're respectful, and they really, really do have absolute confidence that we are going to do well by their children, right? But let's face it, we've had times where we thought, I haven't done well for my emergent bilinguals. My colleague down the hall might not be doing a good job for their emergent bilinguals, right? And so when we hear in loco parentes, I want us to really feel an awesome sense of responsibility, that we're being called upon. If it is indeed in loco parentes, in my absence, you are my child's parent, that is not a resignation, right? That is trust in the system. Whenever there is trust commissioned to a system, it's incumbent upon us to be deeply engaged in figuring out what that means, right? Which involves our continuous inquiry. So as we think forward on what this means to us as teachers, what this means for the future of home visits, it can become really overwhelming because we think, oh, we need to go visit everybody. I mean, you certainly could do that, but what would it mean if you maybe started with 1 or 2 kids each year? I like to think that over the course of 5 to 10 years in a building, if you stay in the same building or the same district, you probably are going to serve 3 or 4 families, and you're going to serve all of their children over the course of a 5 to 10-year period as they matriculate through. And when you think about it in that way, ESL teachers, standalone ESL teachers, do have those sorts of experiences where they see whole families go through. So in thinking about that, think about what it would mean to get to know those core families over the course of their time with you in your given school. Anyway, some things to think about when we think about symmetry, funds of knowledge, in loco parentes, and the triangulation and the mediation that we see with our students. You've brought up all of that. Great work. In this reading, you will see a negotiated reading going on between dad and daughter. And so the language is Karen, and this is one of the languages of the ethnic Karen in Burma. Most of the Burmese in the US have recently immigrated as refugees after fleeing their war-torn countries. And so you'll take a look. So I want you to think about the role of the learner, learners, funds of knowledge, the symmetry that's going on, and the mediation.
Okay, so the dad reading in Karen and the daughter translating to English. Amazing. That was just simply amazing to watch. I have neighbors across the street who also are Burmese refugees. And wow, it would just be really interesting to see those kinds of things happening in their home. I talked to the family, and I've learned a lot about their family, but I've not gotten to experience the funds of knowledge as far as putting myself in the role of the teacher slash learner. It's just been a social neighborly exchanges. So what an amazing thing to see. Um, and as me being the teacher in the role of a learner, this girl uh, is amazing. At approximately like 6 to 8 years old is what she looked to be. She's listening to her dad in their heritage language L1. She's translating that into English, and she's making sense of it. It appears. What she's able to do is just amazing. I would love to have her abilities highlighted in my classroom. And so, if there's any way I can do that, um, I'm going to be looking for ways I can do that with the students in my classroom. And Dr. Trish, your article on page 44, there's even a section about Karen families and how they are helping their child with homework using their heritage language. And it says the parents are very focused on her Karen maintenance, but also on her homework completion. And so they're using their most comfortable language, their native language, to help their daughter do her homework or their children do their homework in English. So it's not. And the father said it's not about English or Karen. It's about homework. But to me, um, I think it's definitely about maintenance of the L1, but improvement of English. But it's also just an amazing thing to just see, like what we saw in the video. And so it's not just about the homework. There's much more language learning going on there.
Thank you, Lindsay. It was great to hear your reflections on the video of the family and to also talk about your interactions with the Burmese family in your neighborhood. And hopefully, you all will be able to engage on a different level. Sometimes seeing a video like this and uh, getting to um, understand how families may go about using their funds of knowledge to enhance their child's education in their L2 is really an eye opener, and I enjoyed it as well. And so I am looking forward, as I bet many of us are, to engaging more with our families, and then looking for more opportunities to access those funds of knowledge and to bring the family's perspectives into the classroom, and also to become more symmetrical partners with the families that we work with. And so, again, thank you so much for your sharing. Uh, it was beautiful to see uh, this father interacting with his daughter. And I think that it helps us to make that connection that we need to make with the reading about the fact that parents and families have so much to give if only we will access that resource. And the other thing that I thought the video helped us to connect to in the reading was the fact that the families are interested in making sure that they um maintain their L1, but that is not at the expense of the L2. And it is in concert with. And so I really enjoyed seeing that. The fact that the father was not valuing one language over the other, but the father was showing that both languages can benefit the child, and both of them can do the dance together, if you will. Uh, and I think that that was one of the beautiful parts of that video as well. Uh, the daughter clearly understood her L1. She used rich language in her L2 as she was explaining what the story was about. And so her vocabulary was very rich, as Lindsay pointed out, for her age, because she appeared to be quite young, but her vocabulary was rich, in my opinion.
Hi, Lindsay. The Karen family is from Logansport, so we took this footage really for part of our Project Puede and Project Leveraging, of which you are part. We took this footage in the community to reflect the linguistic diversity of your community, but also so this content could be incorporated into your classes or into classes that you're taking with us. So when we think about funds of knowledge, a lot of times we think about transporting that into the classroom. So if we see these particular strategies being used, we think, oh, maybe I can integrate that in my classroom. So one of the things I want us to think about is that when we transport funds of knowledge into a classroom, potentially that can disrupt its origins, right? Because when you transport that strategy into the classroom, the linguistic ecology is really different, right? Um, Probably no one speaks Karen in the classroom other than that child. Um, there might be other bilingual children in the room, but not the same language background as the Karen child. And also, there's inherently the power dynamics of English being the language of power in a situation like that. So I'd love for you to speak, you and Michael and Abby, to speak to the potential power dynamics of transporting this. Additionally, I want you to think about this notion of symmetry and how this is present between the father and the daughter.
So I've been trying to think really hard how to answer this in the way that I think the article and you, Dr. Trish, are asking us to, and thinking about placing teachers and the role of the learner and creating a relationship of symmetry. And in the Mole article, it talks about reciprocal practices establish a serious obligation based on the assumption of mutual trust, which is reestablished or confirmed with each exchange and can lead to a development of a long-term relationship. And then it talks about how children in households are not passive as they seem in classrooms, but that they actually are participants in social relationships. And I feel like you can really see that here in this exchange. I'm not sure if the dad knows English, but what the daughter is doing is something that we obviously know is extremely difficult, hearing something in one language and then restating it in another and doing it very well. I mean, she's using like extensive vocabulary, saying the word reflection and explaining that what the moon looks like and why the character, wants the moon from the water because they think it's gold. I'm not sure if the dad understands what she's saying in English and is like checking, confirming in his own head, but he continues to read the story and then she continues to restate it in English. And when I look at this, the first thing that I think of is not only the complexity of the activity in itself, but also thinking about that idea of symmetry. This to me makes me think of, group work and also just practicing things that we talk about when we think about like social emotional learning. And she's showing how to hear somebody and then respond accordingly and allowing him time to then respond, and then she patiently responds. Obviously this is showing kind of an equal playing field among the both of them, and she's learning how to build social relationships by listening to another person read and then saying it back in her own way. So to me, this places us more as an educator. We take a backseat role in things like this and more allow the children to stuff, as we've been reading in the past few weeks as well. They learn more when they're conversing together as opposed to always just direct instruction. And I think that that was shown here because they both were on equal playing fields with this story, and they were allowing a very positive exchange with one another. So I hope that that's what we're supposed to take from, and thinking about funds of knowledge and how it shows symmetry by allowing each other to converse in multi-languages and also re-say things in another. It just shows this idea of being able to communicate together in a very constructive way.
As I think about the funds of knowledge and how it can inform our teaching, I think about the assumptions that are too often made in education about immigrant families and about what they bring to the classroom. And then when I think about this, ideas of symmetry and working with families, I think back to my experiences at Fall Creek Valley Middle School, where I spent a lot more time with families in their homes, in their churches, than I have since I had been at the elementary. I have photographed quinceañeras. I have gone to First Communions, to birthday parties and so forth. And those experiences helped me to develop not only a relationship with the family, but also to gain their trust. And looking at the dad read with his daughter, I think about the assumptions, as the text pointed out, and as all of us have read, and we've also seen the assumptions that are made about what immigrant families bring, the experiences, the funds of knowledge that they bring, their assets that they bring with them. And to see this, I think that a lot of families, or educators, would rethink perhaps the assumptions and also the stereotypes that may exist already in people's minds about what immigrant families bring. And when we hear about immigrant families that come from a war-torn country, then we often think about someone who may have been impoverished. And then we see that poverty as also being a part of a lack of education with regard to other types of cohesiveness that might be a part of the family fabric. And so I think that it is important that educators interact with families, and that we interact with them not only from the perspective of the educator to the parent, but as was pointed out in the slides, that we need to change. And I really appreciated the multiliteracies project that we have done with our families. I also appreciate this in-depth look at our relationship with our families as we educate their children, not just thinking about it from a transactional point of view, but as an interactive and as you mentioned on the other side, that reciprocating or reciprocal relationship where we are interacting with one another the way that people do. And so, thank you. Prior to the pandemic and also prior to other shifts that took place in our district, I'm not sure if you remember, Dr. Trish, but at Mary Castle in particular, we had worked on making sure that we reached out to families, and we were making inroads to reaching out to African American families to bring them into the building to have courageous conversations. And we had also put in place a practice or a mechanism for bringing in our Latino families and making sure that we reached out to them and invited them in for these conversations as well. Unfortunately, as it does too often in education, when certain things changed, we acted as if that conversation never happened, as if those plans had never been put in place, and there was absolutely no follow-up to that at all. And so instead what we did was we became busier with other things, and so it was hardly going to happen without administrative support.
Hi, Abby and Michael. Thanks for your additions. I can tell that you really enjoyed not only the multiliteracies activity with your family interview, but also engaging in these videos. Abby, you point out the interactional method, and really more importantly, the social mediation between father and daughter, and that it goes back and forth, and there's a real balance between them, and it's a shared exercise, right? I have shared this video with other people, and a lot of people come away saying that child is amazing, right? But I also look at it and go, that father is amazing, right? So they both are really amazing, and they're both amazing because of how their learning and their interaction just mediates this wonderful connection. And if you want to look at the other videos, everybody else has a different video for this particular activity. So I'd encourage you to look at the other videos as well. And then Michael, you talked too about education is sometimes seen as a transaction, that the children come to us, we insert the knowledge, and it's sort of like we're the expert, they're the novices. And we really dismiss all of this richness that you've just learned about as you've engaged really directly with an emergent bilingual family. And Abby, to go back to your point, if it is to be interaction, if there is to be symmetry, then we can't have this disequilibrium of power. We have to look at that exchange, or what we know as reciprocity. Michael, you're also reflecting upon a time right before I left Lawrence about courageous conversations about race and how we wanted to achieve this sort of symmetry between homes and schools, particularly with our African American families. and how that was really put on the back burner and just cut off altogether. With a return to, we have to transact and create good outcomes and progress with all of our students across lines of race, language, gender, other identities, right? We have to perform, right? And so I think what you're getting at is that there's a return to looking at education as a transaction, right? So one of the reasons that I had you do this activity is I wanted you to see that the education of emergent bilingual children within their homes is not a transaction. It is a relationship. It is reciprocal. It is deep. It is meaningful, and it is sophisticated and complex, right? And it's even more sophisticated sometimes than what we have going on in our own schools, right? So I'm not suggesting that we bring symmetry just as we saw it in this video and transport it into our classrooms. But I want you to think about what you've learned about symmetry from this Karen family and what that could mean for you in your classroom. One of the things that I think is challenging is that whenever we try to transport a strategy from point A, from one location to another, there's a different audience, there are different social conditions. And so that sometimes can make something that's symmetrical in one place be not symmetrical in another. So I want you to think about that. So anyway, food for thought, and I look for your extension.
All right, so I'll start with a response to Michael, but I also have a response to Abby and Dr. Trish too. Michael, when you said that all too often teachers make assumptions about family literacy practices, we do. It's just, sort of inherent in what we do, just to make that quick assumption. But hopefully, after taking this class, we don't do that as much. Even Dr. Trish's article on page 46, it says, it is all too easy for teachers to underestimate the literacies of emergent bilingual families. And then in another paragraph, Dr. Trish's article says, these families are providing a variety of print resources in different languages, and they interface with them in ways that create connection to the respective heritages. These materials also serve as brokers for English development and heritage language maintenance. And then it goes on to say that they use rich creativity with transforming print into dialogue between and among siblings and parents. And so what we saw was a really great example of that. And so, obviously, after our conversations in this voice thread this week, we're going to make sure that we don't make those assumptions anymore. We obviously understand, like Dr. Trish says, that there's such a richness in what they're doing and in the complexity of what they're doing, translating and working so hard to, interface with them in ways to make it meaningful for them. It's even much more richer than what we would do in our own homes. So, Abby, like you said, I really appreciate and like that you talked about the social emotional learning component of that, because I hadn't really thought of that. And you're right. Like, that little girl is learning so much from her dad by turn taking and waiting and being patient. And learning how to do those important things that we want our students to be able to do. And so I think that's a really important takeaway from this also, is to use that symmetry, that relationship, as a good example of what we want lots of students to be able to do. I have so many students who have no patience, and they want the answer right now, and they want your attention right now. And so, the fact that he's teaching her those really important social life skills is a really important thing too. And then bringing that funds of knowledge into our classroom. I never thought of it, Dr. Trish, but you're right. Integrating that into our classroom can disrupt its origins. And so, maybe we want to take bits and pieces of what those funds of knowledge are, but we don't want to take those away or subtract from what they're doing in their homes. We obviously want to build on that. And so, now that we know about this little girl, could her teacher have used that patience and relationship and respect and responding appropriately that she was doing with her dad? If the teacher knew of that, the teacher could use bits and pieces of that within her own classroom and context. So it's really important that we know about those kinds of things that the families are doing in their homes so that we can use bits and pieces of those within our classrooms to model and explain to other students and families what should it look like, what do we do in our homes, and how can we bring that to our classrooms and use bits and pieces of that without taking anything away from what they're doing, because they are doing so much amazing work in their homes.
Yes, I think that if we are careful in bringing these funds of knowledge into our classroom, I think that we can honor the culture and honor the L1 and everything that goes with the L1, the culture, the experiences, um, without um, without uh, making it a um, a, a showpiece or um, putting it on stage in a way that is just entertaining, but uh, to again bring life to um, our um, students who may otherwise just appear to be there by some of their peers. And I think that we can again uh, elevate their standing, um, help students to understand the value that they bring to the classroom, not just in that they have more than one language, but they have experiences that are rich and that are beautiful. And I think that by bringing these funds of knowledge into our classroom in a respectful and a fluid way, I think it would uh, help um, our native English speakers as well as our ELL students. And then the symmetry between the father and daughter. Um, yeah, it was what we want as parents with our children. When we are sharing a book with them, we are sharing from a perspective, but we are also wanting to hear from them and hear what they are hearing. Um, and this daughter, of course, she's hearing her father, and then she is sharing it uh, from her side of the fence, if you will, in the same balanced way. And so they were two dancers dancing together, both leading at different times. And um, yeah, just nice. And thank you, Abby, for uh, sharing. And I like the part of the article that you brought out about the fact that um, the families are may seem to be different, or the children may seem to be different at school, but at home, we have to remember that they are children, um, and they are a part of a family community, and things are different. You know, they do some families or children, when they come to school, they do come with an affective filter that is um, uh, built, if you will, around the experiences that they have at school that are different from those experiences at home. And it's our responsibility then to bring that affective filter down. But when they are at home, they are there in a community that is different than the one at school. And so their interactions, of course, are different, as you pointed out. And um, the um, the Murillo article talked about that translation piece and the fact that this act of translating has been shown to help the children develop strong literacy in both languages. And as you pointed out, the interaction between the daughter and the dad again, and her having to hear in one language and then translate into the other language. Of course, at such a young age, too, she is really getting an opportunity to exercise that extra skill that our bilingual students have. The other thing that the Murillo article brought out was the fact that um, bilingual parents are supporting their children's literacy uh, through that use of Spanish at home. And so our uh, ELLs are getting the support that they need for um, literacy from both languages. And as my focal student's mom pointed out, she is trying to read to her children in both languages, and she is learning um, more English from her experiences with her children and her communication. But mostly, as the article pointed out, they are speaking Spanish at home, but the children are having their literacy uh, supported through their interaction with their parents. And one of the things that we um, are likely more sensitive to than others is what is brought out in the article. Um, what seems to happen in some places, and hopefully not as much as before. The article talked about the fact that this father saw that they were trying to totally eradicate the culture and practice of speaking Spanish. And then he said, so we have always clearly understood that we don't want our children, our kids, to speak only English or to erase their culture, traditions, and their mother tongue. And so by not valuing both languages and encouraging both languages, then we can really say that we may be uh, helping to eradicate a culture, traditions, and not just the mother tongue.
Thanks, Michael and Lindsay, for your addition. And Michael, thanks for helping us remember that more language is more language, more Spanish is more English, more language, period, right? And there's a richness and a distinct discourse as to what's going on in this particular family that's that's super rich. Also, I want us to really think about the role of the interlocutor. I think I mentioned that in another slide. The interlocutor is not just interpreting, and interpretation is spoken, translation is written, right? And interpretation is very nimble. I know I use that word a lot, but it's very adaptive because you have to do it on the spot. It requires immediacy, it requires social mediation, and we certainly see this between the daughter and the father. But this whole interlocution, we may observe that in and out in our communities, or even when families come to the school, how the child and the parents mediate. And as you say, Michael, that there's a dance, right? That there's a my turn, your turn, right? There's this back and forth. But it also involves interlocution as we anticipate what we're going to say. We anticipate that the people that we are with and what they are thinking about, right? So it's this ebb and flow, and we call this process interlocution. And research done on interlocution with emergent bilingual youth show that over time that this creates a real disposition of resilience, right? Being able to take on complicated situations and not being overwhelmed by them, but engaging in them, knowing that social mediation will take you to a different place. So I think that's something rich that this family and many of our other emergent bilingual families offer us.
Michael, I just really appreciate your post about how we can honor, value, and respect our students' cultures and their L1s and their experiences that they're bringing with them. And I agree, more language is more language, whether it's Spanish, English, Karen, or whatever the language is, more language is more language. And like Dr. Trish says, the richness of what they're bringing with them is so valuable and so important for us. Dr. Trish, one of the things that you talked a little bit about right there in your last post was the interlocutor, the ebb and flow, and the my turn, your turn. I think that's so important. We see that in this video with the little girl and her dad, and it's so important for us to value that in the classroom. And while we might not know what happens in each home, we definitely want to make sure that is something that we are encouraging. Like you said, it just develops resilience and just the respect between parents and teachers and students. And one of the things that I found actually in the Mole article is on page 139, and it is talking about the research process that they went through. But it says one of the hallmarks of qualitative research is that strategies often evolve within the process of doing. As teachers, administrators, and parents become more aware of the linkages that can be created utilizing the methodology and become comfortable with the redefinition of roles that it entails, new strategies of implementation will emerge that are driven by the needs of the target community. And so it goes on to say, as the research unfolds, the constitutive nature of the inquiry process becomes apparent. As teacher, researcher, parent, child, and administrator jointly create and negotiate the form and function of the exploration. And so I just thought that was a little bit what we've been talking about and how we've been doing a little bit of research with our own family and how our role is needing to change and how it is changing as we're going through this process.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Funds of Knowledge and Teaching. In thinking about what we've read this week for Mole et al. 1992 related to funds of knowledge, and even though that seems like a million years ago, this work has continued to be built upon. So I bring you now to the home of an emergent bilingual family. There's a mom and her two sons, and you'll see clearly that it's a homework event and mom is assisting. And one thing you can't see is mom has a smartphone off to the side, and she's using a translation app to assist in mitigating the meaning around the homework. So keeping the frame of funds of knowledge central to your mind, I want you to observe and articulate and describe what you are seeing.
In the Mole text, right off the bat on page 134 at the bottom and then at the top of the second column, it says that much of the teaching and learning is motivated by the children's interests and questions. That view of teaching and education is the reason that I wanted to be a teacher. That being said, there are so many facets of teaching that don't fit into that philosophy of education. I absolutely adored my conversation with my focal student's mother. It was incredibly enlightening. I learned so much information just about their family and their culture and their language, even from the limited amount of time that we had and the questions I was able to ask and she was able to understand. What I don't, or what I can't wrap my head around concretely, is how to do the kind of investigation into families' funds of knowledge like Moll, Monty, Neff, and Gonzalez in the time I have to be a teacher. I get a new set of students every 180 days. I only get 180 days with them, minus snow days, which we're on right now, or holidays, other events, things that pop up. And I also get a checklist of here are all the things that your students need to know by the time that they move on to second grade. I would love to have this information about my students at the beginning of the year to be able to engage them in learning without having learning be imposed or one-sided. The only real contact I have with my families throughout the year is parent-teacher conferences in October. So that is a place where this could happen. But that being said, I typically only have, maybe 80 to 90% participation, which is good, but not 100%. So how do I learn about my families, what they know, what kinds of things that students are interested in, what kind of knowledge they get at home, and what they are able to learn at home in the short amount of time that I have with them?
Hey Samantha, it's Reagan. I was also thinking along those same lines, and how can I interact with my families more often? How can I get access to this funds of knowledge? And as I was kind of brainstorming with myself, I don't know how Logansport does it, but in Lawrence, we always have meet me on a Monday, and it's a chance to meet the teacher, drop off your supplies, whatnot. Kind of see where your room is, and it's a brief introduction to the families and whatnot. But then school starts on Wednesday. So there's, a day or so in between where everybody's working in their room and getting their rooms ready and set up and, unpacked and whatnot. But what I was thinking is on that day that I have in between is kind of like having an open house. So I will be available from 10 to noon in my room. If you want to come speak to me, if there's anything that you feel like I need to know about your child, you want to introduce yourself, you want to have a conversation, whatever the case may be, I will be in my room from 10 to 12. And then you could say from 2 to 4, I will be available if anyone would like to stop by. And, I don't know, 6 to 7. Anyways, I'm just I was just thinking out loud, give families several times that they can drop by and have a casual conversation with you, share some things about their child, and give you an opportunity to kind of delve deeper with the families instead of, I know, meet me on a Monday. It's like, there's 20 kids in there and all their siblings, and everybody's running around and dropping off supplies. And, there's not a whole lot of time to sort of make a connection, but offering some additional times might be an idea. And then I also thought, what about a random Monday night? I will be in my room from 5 to 7. If anyone wants to stop by and chat, I'll be available. Anyways, that's one idea that had come to mind. And, I was thinking along those same thoughts as you were.
Hi, Samantha. Thanks for your really powerful post about the assignment that you did, and also your reflection as you look at the socially mediated language or languages with the father. Or I'm thinking you saw a different one, but just the social mediation that happens across family members. I love how you open up with the quote, much of the teaching and learning is motivated by children's questions and interests, and how schools don't really ascribe to that because we have usually a fixed canon of knowledge driven by state standards that say by the end of this grade, your students will know this and students will be able to do this. And when we think only in those terms, we often get depressed about where our emergent bilinguals are. But when we shift our view and our lens to looking at all the rich and wonderful exchanges that are going on in the home, the funds of knowledge, we realize that that canon of knowledge that we're doing in schools doesn't necessarily match actually the richer canon of behaviors and interactions that are going on in homes. And there's also an allure to moving all of that. It's called transport. Let's move this awesome thing and move it here, right? And this is one of the challenge of charter schools. Charter schools of New York, there was one that got built up around this premise, around funds of knowledge. It was very grassroots. And then what did they do? They said, let's duplicate it and let's do it here and here. Let's do it in Indiana. Let's do it in Indianapolis. And then they bring it here and it doesn't go as well, right? So I think one of the things we have to think about is not necessarily that schools have this role and families have this role. I think what you're arguing is how can those intersect? How can the children's questions and interests be honored in school? And how can we recognize the funds of knowledge that they bring to us from their home? But also, how can we recognize that the funds of knowledge that are happening in that home is a form of learning, right? That we don't have to measure, right? Just because it's knowledge doesn't mean that we have to measure it, right? We do plenty of measuring in schools, but when we measure in homes, we potentially start to co-opt the questions and the interests that the children have. So I guess, Sam, I leave you and Cassidy and Reagan with this sort of enduring question around funds of knowledge. What happens when we transport them to schools? Do they become something that they are not? What does this mean for you as a teacher, given that you've just done this wonderful interview? What does it mean for you as a teacher that this is not something that you know? And also thinking about, the 20 plus kids that you have each year, how could I possibly get that done? And you're right, but could we do this on a small scale? What would this look like to just do this with one family and get to know one family well? And how could that be instructive to us? I think for you, you found it to be incredibly enlightening and helping you to think differently. So, with that in and of itself, is that sufficient to engage in this way going forward? Many questions. I look forward to your response.
After reading the Funds of Knowledge for Teaching, I liked on page 133, it says, thus the teacher in these home-based contexts of learning will know the child as a whole person, not merely as a student, taking into account or having knowledge about the multiple spheres of activity within which the child is immense. In comparison, the typical teacher-student relationship seems thin and single-stranded, as the teacher knows the students only from their performance within rather limited classroom contexts. After conducting the interviews or the interview for my focal student, I just talked with her dad and I got to know more about not just Yorla, but the rest of his daughters. He has 5, so it was good to just kind of see the roles that all the girls play. And I really felt like as I see Yorla now, I know her as who she is and not just as my student in my classroom. And after doing the interview, I really just thought in my mind, man, I wish I could do this with every single student I have in my classroom. I have 11 EL students, and I would love to just borrow our translator for the day and just have her translator interviews just so I can know, but I know that that's not um, going to happen. So I don't know. I'm just for next year, I really want to try to find a way to get to know my kids on a deeper level, to know who they are not just at school, but who they are at home. And I think that's very important. I know that when I was in college, we did something kind of similar. As I was student teaching in Indy, we were instructed to go around the community that the kids were growing up in and talking to people like who worked at the library, the Dollar General, and just kind of see how they lived in their community. And it really opened my eyes to how the kids that's how the kids live in the community. So I think it is super, super important to get to know your students. That's the first thing I do as a teacher, is just try to build a safe community where they want to share things with me. They want to be themselves. And I know today we had a group after school. I tutor 6 kids, and they all speak Spanish, and so they were trying to teach me some words, and they just thought it was funny that I was pronouncing them wrong. And it's just, I don't know. I just really like to getting to know my students on a deeper level, and just know that as a teacher, I'm always going to be there for them. And I want to see them be successful, not only in just their grade that I teach. I want to see them successful when they graduate high school and go to college and start their careers. So I think in order to do that, having that funds of knowledge is very important.
I think I'm going to start with the video first. What immediately made that video clip made me think of is Mullen Gonzalez talk about how the family takes on many roles, like the uncle who teaches you how to fish, but is also teaching you how to do carpentry, who is also mentoring you at church, or whatever the case may be. You see in that particular family lots of people becoming the teacher, and helping the family, the learner, understand his homework. And you see mom trying to negotiate with the technology and that sort of um, form of literacy, and trying to use tools that she knows how to use to help. And then you see the older brother come in, and he takes over the role, and he tries to help the little boy with his homework. And the little boy is even saying, no, this is what we're supposed to do, and this is how we're supposed to do it. And so he's negotiating that with the older brother. So you see tons of people interacting for the good of the student or the child. And you can just see how they all value um, the education and the importance of homework and trying to work together to um, help each other. I thought that that was really powerful to see that played out. Um, yeah, I think that Dr. Trish, in regards to what you were saying, I think it would be hard to take up interviewing 30 plus families and doing such a deep dive, especially to the extent that Mole did. And I think you're right, you kind of have to take it in chunks. And I did reply to Sam with some ideas about how maybe you could extend yourself a little bit and um, welcome families into your classroom at different points. But then I think that you need to take on some of that responsibility as well and um, select some families to start with. And maybe you do, you know, 2 families per quarter, or I don't know. But I think that um, understanding their perspective and where their funds of knowledge come in and kind of the importance they place um, on different home aspects would help you see the whole child. And even in Mole, he says that let me try to find it again. That the basically that the family knows the whole child and not just the classroom child, and that helps to them to be better teachers. Gosh, I wish I could find that quote, but I am not seeing it here. Sorry. Oh, thus the teacher in these homes based contexts of learning will know the child as a whole person, not merely as a student, taking into account or having knowledge about the multiple spheres of activity within which the child is enmeshed. That's page 133. So I think that that is a very powerful concept, because we only get to know mostly the kids as students. You might know some of their interests and what they like to do in their spare time, but you really can't fully know as much as their family knows. And kind of viewing the parent as the first teacher and honoring what they already have taught the child and continue to teach the child would be an important asset.
Thanks, Reagan and Cassidy, for your additions. So, Reagan, I'm going to start with you. What I'm struck by is, as you think about the videos that you've seen, and I'd encourage you to look at the videos of the other groups. The other 2 groups have different video clips. They're both brief, and I'd encourage you to look at them. They are captured from families in the communities represented in this class, right? Some are Lawrence families, Logansport, Frankfurt, or Lafayette. But I think what you're getting at is that when we see these family vignettes, right, represented here, and when we get engaged in our multiliteracy project with our families, you can see that there's this rich social mediation. There's a back and forth, there's a symmetry, there's a reciprocity. And so when we think about that, that informs our children, the children that are, under our watch, for a school year, is that we see really their full identity, right? And we really, Reagan, you bring up that, we only see part of them, right? We only see part of their identity because schools are not set up for symmetry, right? Like, think about this. Do you feel like power relationships are equal and that there's reciprocity among all children and all teachers and all administrators and kumbaya, and that there's this equal symmetry, right? I hope you say yes, but I'd imagine that many of you would say, no, that's not the case. But we can see that where it exists in the context of the home, that there's something super powerful about what's going on. And to recognize that demonstrates the sophistication and the language interlocution, like the mediation that's going on in this particular event, is super powerful. And Cassidy, you bring up about like this was such a rich exercise. I wish we could do this for all of the children that we have. And again, I encourage you to chunk it, right? Make it reasonable for yourself, but also engage in that, because I think you're all very curious about this symmetry and this reciprocity, and that you can see more a wholer identity. So, but Cassidy, one of the things you said was, I'd like to bring an interpreter along with me, full time, so I can engage in that. But I want you to think about engaging with families, and even if we don't have shared languages, we have shared interests, right? People often tell me, what's the best way to learn a second language? Should I do Duolingo? Should I do Rosetta Stone? And I'm like, no. I said, find a friend, have a reciprocal relationship with them. Maybe they don't speak English, maybe you don't speak Spanish, but you're committed to each other. And what it is that you learn language and you mediate learning because you care about each other, right? So I pitched this idea, Reagan, in Lawrence Township about the adult Spanish classes that they used to give. And they would have 40 students, would be packed. There'd be a huge waiting list. And then by the middle of the semester, it was down to 25 students. And by the last week of school, it was down to 4 students, right? And so that notion of teaching another language was truly transactional. Like, come, I'm the expert, and pour it in, right? But I said, what we really should be doing is matching up Hispanic adults who want to learn English and English speaking adults who want to learn Spanish, and that they would commit to an informal relationship for an entire year where they would come support each other. And I said, I bet you don't have people that are absent. I bet that they consistently show up. I bet they consistently are prepared to teach and learn. And this gets at the symmetry, right? Um, so Cassidy, I'm not suggesting that, you commit to becoming bilingual. I guess what I'm saying is you commit to the meaning making. I can tell you that when I met my family in Japan for the first time, they knew no English. I knew very little Japanese. And it was beautiful. Now, granted, it was family, right? But it was really beautiful. We found different ways to create meaning. And in our frustration to convey ourselves, we got super creative, we got super complicated, but there was symmetry because we were both engaged in learning and being with each other. Um, so that's something to think about as well. Is we don't have to know one another's language, but we do have to have a shared interest around the child. And I think we all have that with each and every one of the students in our classrooms.
Hi, Reagan. I really liked your example about how to meet the parents and the student, like meet on a Monday. After I listened to your post, I went back and listened to that one. And I really like that. I think hopefully, since everything is starting to get back to normal with school, Like, I know that we're a lot of teaching groups now, and just I feel like it's starting to get back to the way it was slowly. And I'm hoping I will be able to do that. Um, if I have my room ready too, that's the other thing. And I feel like I'm always very rushed on those days, but if I have everything planned out, or maybe just like a check sheet of like, what do you want me to know about your student? Like, just kind of some information about them. Maybe it's not some time that we could talk, because I know that, like you said, it is very chaotic with siblings and dropping materials off and trying to have a quick, brief hello and moving on to the next student. I feel like that's very, very chaotic. It definitely was this year with kids running around. So I definitely will take that into consideration, or just having just people come in, or a conversation, or letting them know that they have the option to call me on a Monday and just talk with me. I think that's really great, and that's a way to hopefully try to get all of your students. And I know that some people still don't want to, or they don't have time to, so you have to take that into consideration. And then I want to reply to, you talked about how the article talks about how the uncle teaches and is helping with the education of the student. And in that video, we see that the mom is trying to help her son, and then the brother comes in and also helps. And I feel like that's a big role for a lot of our students, is having the siblings also come in and help. I know I had an example of this with my family. My little cousin's in 6th grade, and she had a question about a math problem, and her family was trying to help. My grandma was trying to help, and finally they texted my sister to come over and help them. So it was just kind of like a family effort in how they value the education, or wanting their child to be successful. And I know that it takes everyone to help raise a child.
Reagan and Cassidy, I like your ideas of inviting parents in. But I think I want to build on that a little bit. Back to school night or meet the teacher night, I feel like is always very uncomfortable. And not just because I'm in more of a introverted personality personally, but also because I don't know the kids yet. I can hardly identify the kids in my classroom. Maybe I saw them in kindergarten, or if we've got a back to school or parent night that's a few weeks into school, I've kind of started to get to know them. But for the most part, like, I don't really know them even in the context of the classroom yet. Now, by this point of the year in February, I know my students in the context of the classroom and the school. I know how they behave. I know how they act. I know what triggers them. I know what their strengths and weaknesses are. I know what they like to do at school. And so I feel like I would have a better chance of that meaning making that Dr. Trish talks about, or was just talking about, because I'm more invested in them now than I am at the beginning of the school year. The beginning of the school year is just a new set of students. I don't have really any sort of relationship with them. The other hesitation I have about inviting families in, I mean, first of all, there's a little bit of a safety thing. Like, our building sometimes is empty at 4:00. And if I'm the only person in the building with the janitors, I'm not really going to want to be inviting people to just drop by at 6 to 7. But, our family schedules, a lot of them, have untraditional hours that they keep for their jobs. So I think offering other times is great. But also, I think, both from how I know I approach meeting people with a different language than my own, and from talking with our interview family, there's a bit of discomfort, and maybe a little bit of
timidness in entering a space that's not your own, or entering a space that you're a visitor in, along with the added challenge of a language barrier. And I do get Hispanic families that speak mostly Spanish, or families of some of my Black students that, you know, are great about coming in. They come to all these events, they participate, they really invest in their students' education. But I also have other families that I don't see ever. And they might come in for parent conferences, but we're kind of like shoving all of those into quick little blocks. And I don't want to stress this relationship with them coming and meeting on my terms. I think Dr. Trish's comment about the symmetry of level dynamics between the parties, level and invested relationships, is ideal. I don't have any idea on how to make that happen without meeting in the classroom, without meeting on my turf, under my terms, or like you said, without meeting with translators. That makes it difficult. I'm really interested in the bilingual book project in the Mulaney text. I believe it was the Mulaney text, the Murillo text. That still is probably wrong. The Louis text. There we go. Third time's the charm. I really like that project idea, and I wonder if, you know, having all those families together, even if it is in my territory, in my classroom, they share commonalities. There's a positive common goal. And, you know, we might be able to kind of bridge that discomfort and create more of a mediated learning environment in that kind of situation.
Cassidy and Sam, I want to really thank you for being courageous and saying that bringing in families on your terms, right? It feels a little daunting, and asking to do a home visit feels a little daunting. And I think what I'm getting at, and I want you to correct me if I'm off target here, but there's a concern about imposing your agenda or your authority upon the family, and you don't want to usurp that, right? You don't want to, you know, insert yourself where you don't belong, right? So, and I think too, when we think about symmetry, we kind of think of like kumbaya, like, you know, we're all beautiful and we're getting along. But I think that to get to symmetry, right, there's tension before symmetry is met. I'm thinking about people when they first get on a tightrope, right? It's kind of bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. And then there's a resonance, and then there's a settling, right? And so there is a spot where you're feeling really uncomfortable with it, right? So this is what we call in equity work, diversity and inclusion work, we call this sort of the zone of discomfort or the zone of dissonance, right? And so I really appreciate all of you being in this space of dissonance where it doesn't feel really comfortable. And it also may mean I'm not really sure what to do, right? And I think the big thing that I want you to come away from is like, this doesn't need to be turned into a technical behavior where now you act on something. I think it's an invitation for you to really think on something. And whenever we think about something in deep ways, in the ways that we are, it can be discomforting, but it also means that we're changing our perspective. We're changing our pedagogy, right? Which are not make and take strategies of what I'm going to do next year or how I can be more engaged with families, right? It's taking a deeper dive and looking at what are we doing right now? Because I think you're saying parent and teacher conferences are stressful. You don't know the children yet, right? Which is a great point. I don't know who they are. And maybe there are other mechanisms for engaging with families that can look a little bit different. And also thinking, I think a lot of times we tend to think big as teachers. We tend to think inclusively, like for all 25 or to 30 of my kids. But could it be that I think in this way and maybe think differently in dissonance to with the hope of moving towards some sort of symmetry? Can I do this, over the course of the year with maybe one or two families? So the dissonance that you're feeling and the imposition that you might feel with engaging with families in ways that you haven't before, or even in the ways that are going on now, right? Where you say parent teacher conference or parent, meet me on Monday, the back to school night, it's kind of just insanity. And you don't know the kids yet. So what could that look like, as you say in February, what could that look like at different intervals during the school year? And not with all families, but with maybe even just one. In one of our next readings, we look at the work of Murillo and his whole notion of the linguistic bricolage, right? So this is representative of a range of literacies and languages that are practiced by our bilingual families. And also the ways in which this language and literacy is expressed is often done in first person in something that is widely known in the literature as testimonios, right? And it's a narration of a socially significant experience. Some of us might call it storytelling or providing episodes of something of importance, right? But when we hear this sort of testimonial, we regard families as significant holders of language and literacies. And it's not just the school that possesses that. So what I'm going to do next, again, is provide you with another related video of the linguistic bricolage. And I'd like you to connect Maria's work to what you're seeing in the video. You'll see that the next few slides are repetitive. Just look for your name and respond on your respective slide. For part B of the week, I will be adding additional slides as we look at additional videos of our families and our discussion of the linguistic bricolage. In the meanwhile, stay tuned and look for future slides to come in part B of the week. Thank you.
I didn't see our names in the other slides after this, but I did want to make a comment about this. So when I read the Murillo article, it's actually about where I grew up. I'm from Hidalgo County. And you were talking about like testimonies or testimonios. And it was interesting because I was going back to the reading and like looking at the vocab and kind of thinking about how like confianza. And so like it has more meaning than just the term. And so that was really kind of interesting to really connect with, where it's like my church service, like they were in Spanish, the ones I used to go to, and they had a section of testimonios. And, I just quickly looked up the word testimony, just like in English, to see if it really translated the same way. It doesn't really translate the same way, but kind of like a significant experience, significant event. And so I thought that was interesting. And also just reading about the research and what they saw with families and kind of connecting with what I saw then. And how important it is for me, also recognizing that now, like how important it is for me to also get to know my families that are here, and really the funds of knowledge that they may have and all the resources that are readily available at home that I might not know of. And so that interview this week was with a parent was really helpful in identifying some of those resources.
And Krista, I wanted to thank you for sharing your background. I always enjoy hearing how you connect to the readings from your own personal experiences. And I too was touched by these stories that were shared in the research. And although it was research, it was human, and they showed that people were interacting with people, which I think is sometimes lost when we look at other communities. And so that has been the part that I have enjoyed in reading this week's readings, and seeing that although we have researchers uh, interacting with these families, what they do is they bring uh, to their writing and the human connection, which we sometimes fail to see because we are looking at statistics and we are looking from a lens that is not as informed. And so the interaction interaction with the families, the um, words from the families about their experience and from their perspective. Uh, those were some beautiful pieces in the reading, and I wish that we had more opportunities to spend time with families so that we um, know the people and not just um, an aspect of a culture, but to know the people. I didn't say this earlier or while I was responding to any of this, but one of the things that I often think of when I am reading about connections and assumptions with people, and is I think about my own experiences as a young man growing up, and uh, the assumption about who you are just because of what you look like or just because of where you come from. And those assumptions usually lead people to uh, behave not necessarily in a negative way, but in an uninformed way. And sometimes uh, it reminds me of a couple of things. One is the Julia Roberts movie, uh, Pretty Woman, um, where um, Richard Gere said, I didn't call you uh, or label you this type of person. And then she said, you just did. Um, and then there is the reading. Um, so growing up and looking at reading Black Boy, um, and excuse me, um, Native Son, those readings, they, uh, when I finally read them, I understood what I was feeling as I was growing up in my uh, late years of age 12, 11, and 12, and then in my early teens through my um, latter teens in high school. Um, just this feeling that um, people did not understand, and some assumptions were made to make those people feel better about interacting with me, and some assumptions were hurtful because they did not recognize the person that was standing in front of them. So they did not see me. Uh, Instead, they saw through me. And I am hoping that we do not do that with families. And so I hope that the readings that we've had this week will help us not to look through people, but to see people. And thank you for this, Dr. Trish. And thank you again, Crystal.
Crystal, I'm so excited to learn about testimonials and also that this study was conducted in the community that you grew up in. So that's awesome. There's so much that has come up from the work of scholars in Texas that we have so much to learn from them. And what I find interesting too, Crystal, is that when we think about sort of the diaspora of the Latino community, we think about Texas. Texas is one of the central streams that used to flow to Indiana really directly for farm labor, but we don't see that as much because of mechanization and technology. But certainly there was a stream of families that would live in Indiana for part of the year and then head back for the second part of the year when the harvest was over. So, but I'm glad that you see these testimonials and how they really come from a very rich linguistic landscape. And I look forward to on Wednesday night, I'm going to post some more slides with some more videos for us to think about so we can apply the principle of the linguistic bricolage. Right now, we're focusing on funds of knowledge, but Thursday through Sunday, we'll be focusing on the linguistic bricolage. Hello, everybody. For the second part of this week, part B of the week, Thursday through Sunday, I'll invite you to continue to post on this same PowerPoint. I've added a couple more slides, and you'll see your names down below. And I will be inviting you to look at the linguistic bricolage and the way that Morita discusses it, and make connections to the video clips that I have offered you, which are different from the ones that you saw during the first part of the week. Secondly, I'd encourage you to look at the videos of others and not just those on your assigned group, and invite you to connect across the various families that are representative of your districts. So let's jump in. Hi, Krista, Paula, and Kylie. I am going to offer you up a link here for you to discuss the linguistic bricolage. And I want you to look at this event. You'll hear Annie Garcia in the background inviting the mother and the son to talk about something that he frequently does when they go to the grocery store and what she frequently does when they go to the grocery store. This is not like capturing them in a grocery store per se, but that it's them reenacting a typical occurrence when they go shopping at the grocery store together. So I'm going to put that link up here and have you again link this to the readings related to the linguistic bricolage.
So first, I just want to say that this was a super cute video. I really enjoyed it. You could tell that the boy was being a little shy, but he did a great job. Um, I, I have never had to do this for my mom or for my parents. Both of my parents, although are both Mexican, are completely fluent in English, and they were fluent in English I um, before I was, and so I never had to do this for them. I have done this for other people, for my mother-in-law. I've done this for my sister-in-law, and so this is something that I've done as an adult more than, or as an older teenager more than as a child. And it's amazing that that the boy was able to get his point across from what the mom was trying to say, or what the mom wanted to get. She was trying to look for some sort of I guess stick that you put in the
in the drain for where you wash the dishes so that it smells good. I've never heard of those, but I didn't know they existed. But it's clearly something that they've bought before. And it's just amazing that he's able to get this across. And also, the boy has gone to some doctor visits with mom. And so he has all of this background knowledge and all of this academic vocabulary of different situations that we may not know of if we don't get to know our students. And so, if he's going to the doctor with mom, if he's going to the grocery store with mom, think about the other things that like documents that may come home in English. Any documents that may come home for mom in English, or documents not only for school, but important documents that just are paperwork that comes home. Not paperwork, but just letters that I don't know, the government would send to you, or sometimes the doctor sends, like the bills and things like that the little boy most likely helps translate, and that just goes to show um, everything that the knowledge that this boy has that we may not be aware of if we don't ask these questions. For families. So one of the quotes that I really liked from the Murillo article on page 21, where it started talking about the analysis part. She said, um, specifically, this meant asking what we can learn about literacy by treating bilingual and immigrant families as legitimate holders of knowledge. And so this boy definitely, and his family, has a lot of knowledge that we can use in the classroom. And not only from him, but imagine all of the other families that are in his classroom, that are immigrant families, or bilingual families. And I feel like um, it's important um, to have that in mind, and to acknowledge that these families are significant holders of language and literacies. Another quote that I really liked was on page 22, when it said, these diverse examples of household literacies within a single home illustrate the critical importance of reading and writing in the daily lives of bilingual families living on the border. I know that he doesn't live on the border, but it still applies. And then it goes on to say, without knowledge of such examples, it is all too easy for teachers to underestimate the literacies of Spanish speaking families based on a common deficit view that Mexicans don't read or write. And so, I would be really interested to see what else the boy does, or what the family does, in if they're reading any kinds of books together, or if they're what their home life is like, and what kind of linguistic examples, or literacies they have in the household, not linguistic literacies they have in the household, or that they practice regularly, and how the teacher knowing that can be so valuable for the student and for the teacher as well. So it was just really great to see this student, really um, doing something that many people don't have to do. And not only people, but he looks like maybe he's like 8, 9, or 10. And so that's a lot of translating, a lot of thinking about, what is this word? How do I translate what she wants to get across? That's Translating is a hard task. Even as an adult, sometimes I, have to look things up, and he's doing this in the moment. And I'm sure he does this for many other, different scenarios, not just the grocery store, but in any other store, or like I said, in the doctor's office, or translating documents. And I, he will probably be doing this for the rest of his life with his mother. And I just think that that's a great practice. And it just really goes to show how truly bilingual this student is. And it was just great to see.
Thanks, Paula, for talking about the boy and her and his mom. And this had come up in an earlier interview about how he serves not only as an interpreter, but something that we call, it's above and beyond an interpreter. It's called an interlocutor. And although you kind of see yourself in this identity of this young boy, but more so as an adult with some of your family members, it's not just interpreting, saying this means this and this means this. You have to anticipate, what does your aunt or your cousin or your family member need, and what are they trying to convey? And then you have this other person that you're trying to convey this message to, who maybe is English monolingual. You have to think about what they're thinking about, and you have to think about the source messenger, right? So it's the source messenger, and it's also the source recipient. And so it really is triangulating. It's like you and these two other individuals, it's like a triangle, while you're trying to figure out nimbly what each of them is thinking about, right? So if I describe it in this way, that makes sense to my aunt, but it may not make sense to the store vendor, for example. So these are the sorts of things that young children in our classrooms are doing on a daily basis. And I realize that this is somewhat performative and he's shy, like, right? But this is a real situation that I'm sure you've observed in third person, um, out in stores when you see bilingual families with their children who are assisting in this way. So I want you to be thinking about this role of the interlocutor and how it's really a sophisticated communication style that emergent bilinguals are called upon to do on a daily basis. I have heard educators call this abusive, right? And I really struggle with that. I I don't see that as abuse, right? Um, and the kids that I've interviewed, they don't see this as a form of abuse. They see this as a part of being in their family, within their community. And these are the dynamic things that they do. Research shows us that this sort of dynamic interlocution that happens cumulatively over many years helps with persistence and resilience, and that is a quality that a lot of our immigrant youth come away with, is because they've had to nimbly adapt on the spot in a lot of different social conditions. And so they are able to be resilient in all of the things that they take on as children and as adults. So I want us to think about resiliency and how that is a really, really helpful disposition, and is a real gift. So um, to extend upon your quotations from Murillo and Funds of Knowledge, and how children are significant holders of knowledge, right? And families are significant holders of knowledge, right? What is the contrast between how we see knowledge in the US, or maybe from a Western perspective, versus how we see knowledge in the ways that it's being negotiated in these videos?
I feel like after watching this video, there are definite evidences of a range of literacies. In the Murillo article, I really enjoyed reading that. I think I mentioned it, like I'm from that area. I'm from Hidalgo County originally. And so I really enjoyed reading that. It just almost felt like you know, just something that I would like just for fun kind of read. So I had to go back and look at that again, because the first time I read it, I was just really connecting with a lot of those things in that culture then. But really thinking about the video and what I saw, there were some really strong, I think, literacy skills shown by really both mother and son. And interestingly, when I was hearing the interactions, I was thinking about standards, fourth grade standards. What does that look like? And we do have speaking and listening standards, being able to retell a story, um, being able to make an inference and things like that. And so as I hear the mom explaining this tool or cleaning instrument to, clean the sink or to just make something smell good, he is not quite given the word. There's tubes, and he's responding like, "Oh, these are tubes," and so he's also having to process that information, and then give it to another person that would understand what's being asked for, even if he doesn't know what that might be exactly. And so, thinking about the reading, it was I think it really supported the idea and the truth that our bilingual students have all of these skills that we are not, maybe I'll speak for like myself, maybe I'm not tapping into those. And it says in the article on page 24, it says, most children who engage in reading and writing in English at school become translators at home for parents who are not fully literate in English. This act of translating has been shown to help children develop strong literacy in both languages. And thinking about some of my students, I know, based off of conversation I've had with them, they do translate for their parents at, you know, doctors' offices or, in interactions with the community and how they, when they're engaging with those who are English only speakers. And so I know they're doing those things and translating pieces of text that are sent home, whether it be like, directions to homework or it's a letter sent by the office with important information. So they're using those skills, but I just thought it was interesting to see those strengths in there, that he is using a lot of those things that we would want to see, like in our grade, like retelling the story. And then, so there's several skills that he's using, and also mediating. So he'll hear from Annie Garcia talking, is it this? And then he says no. So he knows exactly he knows what they're looking for based on what he listened to and heard from his mom. He was able to process that and say, no, that's not quite it. And then give more information and then ask for it. He was like, what did you say again? Asking for that. And so really, I was thinking about all those literacies, and in the article thinking about how also like a calendar and organization is literacy. And I agree, that's definitely a way that they're using text to really use their language and show that it is of value. And I really enjoyed the most recent article too about, I'm not sure I don't remember who it was by, but it was the article that talked about creating texts, bilingual texts, and really telling their story. And so I think that that my bilingual students really do have those strengths that I don't think that we necessarily will like tap into in during instruction, for example, with the standard, thinking about it. But yeah, I think that needs to definitely, on my part, like to bridge those together for them and really help them to use them and strengthen those skills. Because like the article said, and I think most of my my students' parents also agree that learning to write in their L1 or read their L1 is going to be definitely helpful to transfer to their like L2 in English. And even in that article, I think it was that common fear of, will they learn English? Will they be able to be bilingual? What will happen? And so, yeah, bridging those two things together, if we recognize and give room for these ranges of literacies or the bilingual literacies, I think it would really help our students to continue growing. But I really enjoyed watching the video and really seeing him interact. And that article, yeah, reminded me a lot of my formative kind of years when I was in elementary school and even in my teenage years when I was there.
Thanks, Crystal, for your additions. And one of the things that I'm really struck by is there's always a concern from schools that if there is too much Spanish or too much of the L1 being in the home, that will impede the students' school capacity to do well in school. But we can see that the type of mediation that's going on here is very sophisticated. It involves going back and forth. It's that symmetry that we talked about earlier with funds of knowledge. And in this way, we see that the child is working across his multiple languages to share meaning and negotiate meaning with his mom. So this interlocutor role, right, is, I would say, is super sophisticated. And it's not something that we don't always ask for that type of sophistication in schools because our focus is mostly on reading and writing. And sometimes it's mostly focused on production instead of negotiation. So when we think about that in our classrooms, right, we see this rich negotiation. In what ways do we see that happening or perhaps not happening among our emergent bilingual?
This video was super cute. I've seen this a lot in my community, in stores around town, even at the doctor's office, sometimes when I'm there. I also worked at Rural King, like a farm store, during college years. So I would have parents come in with their children, and their children would do this negotiation, so we could figure out price and, and make sure they could find everything in the stores. uh, After doing this, I went, when I was working at a middle school, one of my students told me that she was embarrassed when her dad would ask her to translate for her. A lot of times he would want to get a lower price, and she hated doing that. So she would like lie to him about what was being said. And I told her, don't be embarrassed about that. Be really proud that you're able to do that. So it was neat to have those kinds of conversations with my students. Um, I agree, Paula and Crystal. I also was impressed that the little boy could translate for his mom, or interlocu, I think you said, Dr. Trish. I'm sorry, I don't know that. But um, anyway, the negotiate the conversation between the shopkeeper and the mother to talk about this product that he didn't really know what it was. But like you said, Dr. Trish, he had to anticipate what his mom was meaning, um, in order to get her message across and use another language. Um, I feel like we all do that, kind of like when we go places with our parents or whatever. But I know my mom kind of thinks a certain way, and so I have to like figure out what she means to get to the point. But I'm only using English to do that. So to be able to use two languages and do that, I find pretty amazing. Um, I was shocked that some educators even see this as abusive. That's like from left field. I don't understand that. I also see it as a gift. They're gaining knowledge not only with the languages, but how to read people. And like you said, to anticipate what they mean. Um, Another point I want to talk about is when Anna Garcia asked about doctor's visits in the past. I don't feel like I notice it as much now, but um, students would miss school and then they would come back and I would say, well, why were you gone yesterday? Well, my little sister had a doctor's appointment. And at first I was like, so you had to go because your little sister had a doctor's appointment? And then I learned that they were going to help their parents translate for the doctor's appointment. So then just now I'm like, well, wondering, was that absence excused or not excused? It probably was unexcused and should have been excused. So I think that's just something that learning, through all this big change in our community. Um, in the Murillo readings, I really was struck by on page 21, where the one woman chose to study her student because she was a typical at-risk student. And then when she went home and learned more about her family, the calendar, Luz's calendar that she used. First of all, I would not have considered that as a multiliteracy before this week. But now I do see all of the the intricate system that she has to keep everyone on schedule, everything, the family on schedule. And so I do understand now that as multiliteracy. And then on page 24 in the same article, it reads, while learning English is regarded as extremely important, they believe that Spanish is a resource for keeping the family united as well as for learning English. So I feel like my focus student and his family can really relate to that, because when I had the interview, his grandpa was like, they need to learn Chu and they need to learn Spanish because that is what keeps us with our Guatemalan culture. And that's part of our family's identity. So it was really important to the family for the children to know Chu, Spanish, and English. Um, I thought that was great. And then also later in the reading, I think it was this one, I can't find it now, but how the one dad knew that it was important that his children know Spanish because it was going to help them learn English. He said, I don't know, like he didn't know the meaning or the reasoning behind it, but he just knew that children who knew Spanish and were literate in Spanish also learned English more quickly. So he wanted his children to know both of those, as opposed to the family who was saying you can only speak English at home. He wanted his family to have both languages to help them.
Hey, Kyla, I think you brought up a really interesting point about our students translating and, missing school because of that. And I was thinking along the lines as well as thinking about my students and how sometimes they will come to parent teacher conferences. And so not all of our teachers are bilingual, and we don't have a translator in our building. And so some of these students do come in and try to help with translating what the teacher is saying or communicating. And so I thought, that really connected with me, resonated with me, thinking about, I volunteered a few times to be the translator for those teachers and set up those appointments with them to be there to help. But I think you brought up a good point with our students doing that. And then also along with that, the idea of, taking these new perspectives of what literacy is and those funds of knowledge and how they coincide and how we can use those in our classroom for our students. And so, yeah, I just thought, thinking about translators, I almost feel like each of those entities or businesses should have some kind of language line. I know the state of Indiana does, like the Department of State of Indiana for Services, they do have that. And so I almost wonder, I haven't asked, but I almost wonder if my school has one of those. But I definitely remember some students doing that for parents, and then I volunteer for those other teachers when my parents, don't know any English, or at least have some receptive, but not quite the expressive. And so I thought that was interesting.
Hi, Crystal and Kylie. I definitely agree with both of you in saying, the fact that there are some strong literacy skills that were shown in the video by the boy that we don't necessarily, like you said, Crystal, tap into at school. And I feel like it would be so beneficial for us to do that. I, um, I feel like this is something that many of our students probably do a lot. And I know also, Kylie, when you mentioned about doctor's appointments, how, some of your students would be absent. I've had that situation as well. And I guess it should have dawned on me that they're going to their sister's, doctor appointments to help translate, perhaps, but it never did. I just, kind of always thought, okay, well, they feel like it's important enough to go to the doctor as a family, or that's what I was thinking about it, or in that kind of way. But it definitely makes
a lot of sense that these kids are going to their siblings' appointments or to their parents' appointments to help translate. And I definitely agree that those absences should be excused from school. And I feel like there was another thing that you mentioned as well, when you were talking about, when you referred to Dr. Trish's comment about how some teachers have seen this as abuse. And I feel like, maybe they're looking at this the wrong way and they haven't read any of the research that, that goes to show that how important this is, and how valuable it is for the students' literacy. And I also like the quote that Crystal mentioned on page 24. It said that when she quoted that most of the students become translators at home, and it says that this act of translating has been shown to help children develop strong literacies in both languages. In these ways, parents' ideas about the value of Spanish are consistent with research emphasizing the importance of developing biliteracy. So I just feel like being in a program that is dual language, it is just so valuable for these students to have the opportunity to be in this program, to learn, both to be bilingual or biliterate in both English and Spanish. And I just feel like all students should have the opportunity, from any language where their L1 is. Another thing that I really liked was when one of you mentioned, I think it was Kylie, when you mentioned that you wouldn't even have seen, when you were referring to the calendar, that you wouldn't even have thought about these as being multiliteracies. And I completely feel the same way as you. I wouldn't have, to me, it was like, reading books at home, going to the library, reading books during bedtime. Like, those are the things that I guess I would have thought about, or, reading together. But I would have never thought about the things that were brought up in the article, like the calendar, and like when they went, in another case study, she went to one of the family's posadas, and they were like singing, and they had like the lyrics to the song, and so all of those things, I just feel like I wasn't aware that all of these were considered types of multiliteracies, and how important they are for the students and for the families, and how important it is for us to recognize those, so that we can help bridge that gap between, and regard families as significant holders of language. So thank you for sharing. And I think, Crystal, it's super cool that you're actually from this part of Texas. I feel like, we do have a big Hispanic population here where I'm from in Indianapolis, but I can only imagine what it's like growing up in a place where it's predominantly Hispanic, and just, the differences in the communities.
Hi, Paula. I was just replying to Kylie about that, but the new perspectives that we're taking, referring to, these new literacies, or that, I guess for me, that I'm seeing these literacies, and I think you mentioned that too, that Kylie pointed out, that a calendar can do that, organizational skills can do that. These are all funds. And then referring to like where I'm from, like Hidalgo County, I can definitely say that most people are bilingual. My classmates were bilingual. We could speak and understand the language, and we could read it, and a few of us could write it. And that really came from the primary K to 2 instruction, where we learned both. But throughout, middle school and high school, third and fourth grade, it really switched to English only in the classroom. And when I say English only, it was that students were kind of expected to respond that way, only in English. Not that it was, they weren't asked to stop, speaking Spanish. It was just, that was just what everyone did. And so, and teachers would definitely just only instruct in English, but they were bilingual. And so sometimes they would, allow I don't want to say allow. So sometimes there would be translanguaging, but oftentimes it was Spanish. And even through high school, it was mainly English. So it was English, sorry. It was all English. And so one thing that I was thinking about recently was like identity for them. And so when I remember being there and going to high school, like you were Hispanic, so you wanted to be able to speak Spanish, but then, at school you would speak English. And so there was this like kind of tension with like, okay, if I don't read or speak or write Spanish, can I really be part of that culture? And so I think that was actually in some of the readings too, where some of the, reason why our parents or why some EL parents really want their children to learn the language is because it's such a part of their heritage. And so I just remember that tension then of like wanting to speak the language, be proficient in it. And in school, it was definitely like English, and you really work towards that. And so I just remember that being present. And personally, for me, I was just immersed in it quite a bit with writing it with like other outside areas like church, where I read the Bible and I wrote responses about that in Spanish, majority Spanish. And I was interacting with my grandparents and reading and writing the language in Spanish. And so I had that influence. But I remember at school it was majority English. And so, like you were mentioning in Indianapolis, there's a large population, but it definitely was very different where it feels different for me. Like when I was in Texas and it was fully translanguaging with friends and family and with everybody. Like everyone really was bilingual, or at least it seemed like that. And then moving here, and like it was mainly English, and my friends and communication was mainly in English, and so it was an adjustment. But yeah, I just remember how they're different, and I didn't really recognize it until reading kind of this article and reflecting on it and reading those, how they're different. So it was just really interesting. I really enjoyed it.
Hi, Cassidy, Reagan, and Samantha. I am going to put up a video here about goats, and you'll see what this is about here shortly. I invite you to connect to Moria's readings around the linguistic bricolage. And how do you see evidence of this in the clip that you're observing? I'd encourage you to watch it more than one time. It's very brief, and I think that you'll capture something new each time that you view it.
I instantly Googled William Levy and died laughing. This video, clearly, I hope you can hear it in my voice, made me smile so big and laugh. I watched it probably 10 times. This is definitely the kind of observation and connection with my families that I wish I could have. Just because it's just so pure and sweet, and it creates such a common connection. I love it. Anyway, I noticed in her naming of the goats, some interesting things. The first was the typical, I would say like typical child naming of animals. Like one of the goats' names was Noche, or Night, which I'm assuming was the black goat. Like a very typical kind of color-based reference. Lots of sweets, twinkles, which could be kind of star related or kind of based off of like Twinkie or a food. Smartie, chocolate. And those are things that we see at like grocery stores, places that we go. And not just grocery stores, lots of stores, gas stations, convenience stores, CVS. Those are things that are right there every time, and children get a lot of input from, and they have a lot of exposure to. And then William Levy, clearly some television or magazine where they would have seen him, probably a person that the mom or an older adult really likes. And so they see and hear a lot of it. And clearly they know that it's funny that the goat is named William Levy, or that it was funny to name the goat William Levy, and they knew it would be funny to others. And that's just really interesting. Really interesting.
Hi, Samantha. It's Reagan. I agree. I think it was so cute how she was talking about the goats and naming off who they were and pointing out each one. What I thought, or I was struck by as I was listening to your post, is like how awesome would it have been to kind of been a fly on the wall as they were naming these goats and kind of negotiating back and forth. Okay, what is this one going to be named, or who gets to name this one, and whatnot. I think that would have also been an interesting look into their family. And it seems to kind of have been a family inspired event to name the goats. And then you can just tell like how the adult kind of jumped in at the end and said, oh, well, William Levy is so handsome, or the most handsome one. And I imagine that would have been quite hilarious to listen to that conversation coming up with that particular goat's name. But I agree that I'm imagining that the kids were pulling from some of their favorite foods, things that or items or food that they've had over and over again, that they've seen at grocery stores, that their environment. And I just like how kind of you got the Smarties and the Snickers. So you got these English, typical English candy, kind of melting into that idea. But yeah, super cute. And I think it was quite a great video to be able to view.
Sam, I could hear the giggles in your voice, so I'm glad that you love the William Levy reference. So William Levy is a Cuban soap opera star, and you'll hear at the end Annie saying, "Él es el más guapo," which is he is the most handsome, right? And so Annie understood the social context and was able to laugh along with them. But I think one of the things that I'm drawn to in this video is the ways in which they are translanguaging across their linguistic and cultural identities, the things that they enjoy as a family, the things that they like to snack on, right, or eat, and that they're just that each of the characters in this goat pen here, they all have a clear identity that really bridges across their different their different identities, right? Those that have been developed in their new community and those that are historic to things that they enjoy as a family. So, drawing upon Murillo's book article related to the linguistic bricolage, how is this goat naming and the presentation of the goats to our team? How is this representative of the linguistic bricolage?
I really got a kick out of the video. The kids were so cute running around. The one thing that came to mind is I was wondering if this was like a family farm situation and the kids were a part of helping with the family farm. Regardless, I could see where we could definitely bridge the children's interest and experiences with the goats and bring them into the classroom. I noticed lots of going back and forth between like US and English influences and Mexican influences, and going back and forth between the two, and kind of using both understandings to name the goats. I thought that was really great. I think that obviously they felt very comfortable and trusting to share that part of their lives with you. So I think that role of the literacy in their lives, their daily lives, gave us a good glimpse into the family. I also really drew me back to where Mario is talking about different ways teachers could ask questions to families or get the students involved, like the food literacy and the financial literacy and whatnot. I'm wondering too if we couldn't include something about job literacies or chore literacies, and have the kids talk about and write and notice all of the language and stuff that is going on in regards to things like family farms or family businesses, restaurants, and such. But I think that this video is a perfect example of a testimonios and getting that firsthand view of something that the family adores and is all involved in.
Hi, Reagan. Thanks for your addition about the goats and William Levy, the Cuban soap star actor. That's why Annie ends by saying "El es el más guapo," right? He's the most handsome in the lot. But I like how you are bringing up the different literacies that Murillo talks about in the linguistic bricolage article. And when we talk about bringing prior knowledge into the classroom, we often think in terms of let's bring in the prior knowledge of math regarding adding, or let's bring in the prior knowledge about conflict, right, for a social studies or a humanities lesson, which are really conceptual in nature. And while that is helpful, right, it may not go deep enough, right? There might be other things that we can draw upon. So as you think about this linguistic bricolage and also going back to this notion of symmetry with funds of knowledge, in what ways do we build these linguistic bricolages, like how, as we think about how students are building these and families are building these over time across, one, their shared identities, their shared languages, their shared interests, their shared needs. Are there intersections or are there not? And if there are no intersections, right, what does that mean for us in schools, right? Does that mean that we trust, right, the in loco parentis, that we trust what families are doing with their children? And what does that trust do for our relationship between ourselves and our emergent bilingual families?
So I had to watch the video a couple of times. I love goats, so I was just kind of watching the goats and not really thinking about what the girl was saying. And then I also had to look up who William Levy was because I had no idea. And I think that is hilarious at the end where she said that he is more handsome than the goat. Um, as I was reading through the article and kind of thinking about the relationship between teachers and the bilingual families, something that I found a quote on page 19 was listening carefully to parents is one way that language arts teachers can begin to create the bridges across with children's talents beyond subject matter achievement and can be recognized and used. And I really like that because I think at the end, when she said that the goat was William Levy, like you could hear the laughter in the background. You can hear people saying, "Oh, I know who that is." And that's something that they can talk about. They can communicate about who that is and just kind of creating that bridge. And like the little girl's going to know that um, forever. She's going to know, oh, who William Levy is. I really think it is important after reading this chapter of just how she really dives in and learns about bilingual families and to see like if their parents had the same education or interest or knowledge. And it was just a really interesting read for me. I really enjoyed it because something that I wish I could do with all of my students, and I know that we talked about this in the last voice thread on how we could take like maybe a day and just to get to know each family's and their interests and dislikes, and if they have books at home, like what do students read, what do students know, and just kind of having that background knowledge.
Hi, Cassidy. Something that you mentioned at the very end of your voice thread when you were saying that you wish that you could get to know all kids and what they know before coming to school made me think of some things that I talked about in my reflection of our multiliteracy project. Both Monty, as well as Mario discussed the project of using food as a way to involve families' cultural background in our classrooms. And I love that idea, especially because when I thought about it more, I can recall several instances where a lot of my ELs will talk to me about specific foods they like to cook at home, or they like to eat when they're out, or the kind of Mexican candy they like to buy. But I also, when you said you wish you could know more, it made me think, well, like what's stopping us? So something that I just kind of thought of is like, what if at the beginning of school years, we kind of give students a paper and just ask them, what are you familiar with? What do you do at home? With specific questions like, what kind of shows do you like to watch? What kind of stuff do you like to do on your iPad if you have one, or a smartphone? Have you ever helped your parents cook? What kind of chores do you help with? What do your parents do for a living? And do you ever go to their stores if they own one? Just stuff like that, I think would help us get um, a bigger or a broader perspective on, um, all their funds of knowledge and think of ways that we could throughout the year kind of incorporate that into our curriculum. Maybe kind of like make some type of chart of, like X amount of students do this at home. I don't know, just something that I was kind of thinking of, especially when reflecting on our multiliteracy project and just all the work that we've read this week. Anyways, I just thought, why don't we just tap into all those funds of knowledge and ask our students straight away, what do you know? And how can we use that here at school?
Thanks, Cassidy. So this is definitely evidence of the linguistic bricolage and how those resources potentially transcend across different family members, but also within and throughout the community, including schools. And we also see how this is a fund of knowledge and how they use their creativity across their different identities to actually name the goats. And it's such a creative intersection of all of their their ranges of literacies and languages that have been brought to the fore here. You discussed wanting to get to know families better and how the ways that we are presently set up at schools don't really encourage this nor systematize it. And when I think about a lot of our students, I was doing some analysis of some of our families who were comparing what it was like for them in Mexico versus what it's like for them in their new US based locations in Indiana. And they do, in this interview, they were talking a lot about the differences. And they were talking about how in schools, a report card goes out and it's supposed to just in and of itself imbue meaning. Like your son got an A, your son got a B in this subject area, right? But in a Latin American context, what happens is there are reuniones or juntas, what we call meetings, where families come together at each quarter and a report card is shared, but there's also an opportunity for narrative interaction with the teacher to really get a sense of how their child is progressing in different areas, how they're doing well, where they can improve. And so we see that this print makes more sense through discursive exchange. And much like you see here in the naming video, we see that there was mediation or negotiation around that. And so what we see here is oral language is a representation of literacy. It is a sophisticated system. But we tend to imbue our school-based systems onto our immigrant, emergent bilingual families and wonder why they don't always understand, even if it's translated, right? Translation doesn't ensure absolute understanding. Schema is everything. So if your schema is report card time is 4 times a year, we have a meeting with our teacher informally to discuss our child's progress, then that document comes to light. But if in US schools it's only sent out twice a year and there isn't necessarily a meeting that goes along with it, then there can be a misunderstanding about what we want it to mean because they're using their meaning making process. So I think what you're getting at, Cassidy, is in what ways can we create ways within schools, or maybe it's not something that we ask ourselves within our schools, but maybe perhaps we ask ourselves. Hi, Abby, Michael, and Lindsay. We are going to be talking now about the linguistic bricolage for the second part of the week, where I ask you to draw upon part B of the week for Morita's readings related to this notion of the linguistic bricolage, which is representative of the widest possible range of literacies and languages practiced by bilingual families. So I'm posting a clip of two girls exchanging around a literacy event in the household, and I want you to draw on the readings and make application to this and connections related to your local context, perhaps even in connection to the Multiliteracies project that you just completed. Anyway, I look forward to your posts.
So drawing on the reading from Maria, I see here on page 23, it talks about this idea of how a lot of Spanish speaking families think that if they completely have their children stop speaking in Spanish, it will help their English become more proficient. And this is kind of a response to, what was going on at school. And obviously that's not the case. Intertwining both and helping them continue with their bilingualism is going to actually help them developing their English. This was actually something that I talked a lot about with the person that I interviewed. She always gets concerned, that she feels like English is completely taking over their household and Spanish is being lost. And she can see her children already starting to lose a lot of their Spanish speaking abilities. And I think activities like this, where the mom is helping the daughter read in both English and Spanish, show this idea of marrying the two and how, literacy can be really excelled by practicing in both. So I really liked this video, and I also commented on another group's video that was kind of similar to this, where they were reading in both English and Spanish. And I just love to see examples of this, because it really reiterates in my mind the use of continuing to not allow, but encourage students to be speaking in Spanish, as well as making sense of it in English. And that's how they are going to develop. So I really enjoyed watching this video and thinking about how it connected to these readings. And I loved seeing the different examples of literacy that took place in the home. Like making a simple calendar is just something that I don't even think about as a practice of language. So I liked reading these along with watching these videos. I think it's really helpful to see how to continue to develop English while like running Spanish right alongside of it.
Abby, I agree with you. We do want to continue to encourage families to maintain that first language, and we do that as several of the writings have stated, by making sure that the students understand that we value their language, and by making sure that we share the importance of the language, and just by bringing the language into the school for the, as was shown in the family literacy project, and as was pointed out in the other writings as well. One of the things that was found in Dr. Trish's article that I thought was very important was the fact that they mentioned the fact that various organizations and companies in the local area, on page 39, saying that there was a robust partnership with the local university where English classes are offered in the evening as a form of outreach to the community. And they talked about how the community and those resources reached out and then supported the immigrant families. So we can look for various ways that we might be able to partner with those community groups in our local communities to bring in resources that are more specific for those immigrant communities that we serve, and also try to find ways, as we were trying to do, to make the PFO and those PFO meetings more accessible to our immigrant families.
It's 6 o'clock.
And to make sure that they had voice in the PFO. And so there are so many things that we can do. And as you pointed out, we have to make sure that those families know that they are valued and that their assets are seen.
Thanks, Abby. I love your reflection about the girls engaging in the homework across their shared languages, and what this looks like, and how we see how families and children are significant holders of languages and literacies. And certainly this is around a book and a text, but there's a lot of oral exchange. And so I think a lot of times we have what we call the perseveration over print, where print is literacy, be that reading or writing. But we see this really dynamic exchange between the children and across their different languages. And so I see oral language and conversation and discussion and dialogue being a part of how they formulate their identities as readers, as writers, and as literate. But I think our typical definition of literacy in schools is really bounded to this notion of reading and writing. We do know that oral language helps with reading and writing. But what about the oral language of these kiddos that is across two languages? How does that shape and inform what we consider literacy? And more specifically, let's look at the readings with the linguistic bricolage. What does Murillo say about that connectivity?
As I was watching the video of the girls and the mom reading and discussing the stories in Spanish and English, one of the things that I thought back to on page 19 of the Murillo article is Funds of Knowledge Approaches to Literacy Instruction, in which teachers scaffold instruction from knowledge children have developed at home, have much to offer bilingual learners. And so I think, seeing activities like this that they're doing in the home are very valuable for us as teachers, because we can take bits and pieces of that to help students so they feel more comfortable when they're reading in English or Spanish in our classrooms. And so we can learn a lot from what they are doing in their class or in their homes to do in the classroom. So one of the things that I was thinking is that as we're reading in school, the two children in the home were bouncing ideas and words off of each other. And that's something definitely we can do in the classroom. The mom is giving words and phrases in Spanish, and the little girl is saying them both in Spanish and English. And so just encouraging the children in our classrooms to have that dialogue about reading, because literacy is, like you said, Dr. Trish, so much more than just reading in a book. And so there's lots of oral language that needs to happen with our reading in our classrooms. And so also in response to you, Abby, on page 23, where the discussion in the article is about, families concerned about losing their Spanish language and English taking over a little bit more. I think that's really important for us as teachers to know that too. And your interview with your family, it sounds like really opened your eyes to that. So that's just something I think these interviews with our families were really important, and these videos that we're getting to see of the families in the homes are so important. It's something hopefully even after we're done with our classes, so hopefully we'll take a little bit of that with us and we can use that to help us understand the range of literacy and language in the homes and how important those things are to our students as they're developing literacy and language.
Lindsay, I agree with you. We can certainly try to replicate what we saw in the video in our classrooms, and that would be extremely valuable to make sure that our students know how important we find their language and the assets that they bring with that language, and also being able to um, uh, balance and bounce off of both languages and just do that dance in and out of English and their native language, uh, showing that value to all of our students, as we have read, even in the Family Literacy Project, would lift uh, our students who sometimes, because their language is not the dominant language, kind of fall back and then they try to suppress themselves that they're L1. And so we just need to make sure that we elevate the fact that this is an asset, this is a strength, and then hopefully all of our students then will have an interest in learning another language. But as you mentioned, duplicating this in the classroom and then also making sure that our students understand the value and the benefit would be beneficial to everybody, um, both the um, ELL students and the native English speakers. In looking at the video and considering the Aurelio reading, the first sentence that came to mind was from page 18, where it is stated that the views held by bilingual families serve as an important counter story, important counter stories to powerful deficit theories about bilingual children that many have experienced and witnessed in schools. And that was cited from Flores 2005. So often we see, as one writer said, a poverty of these assets where they don't really exist. We are not necessarily defined by our zip code. And that kind of reminded me of former CEO of Xerox, Ursula Burns. She published a book, and the title of her book is Where You Are Is Not Who You Are. And the title came from a statement that her immigrant mother would tell her, so that though people, and even she herself, might be inclined to define her by her impoverished neighborhood, she was reminded that she is defined by the choices that she makes. And so I thought of that when I read this reading over and over again and read the readings that we've had for this week. Murillo reminds us that our families are not monolithic. They come from many places, and just as our grandparents' stories for us teach us and inform our person, so do these stories from their families inform our students. In each community, Murillo says, parents and families hold specialized knowledge such as how to operate a family business, play musical instruments, design and make clothing, or repair machinery that educators can learn from. This reminded me of so many encounters with my students' families, uh, as I would go into their homes, spend time with their families, go to their quinceañeras, go to their um, first communions, and so forth, and to birthday parties. And then we had a Bengali family, and at that time we didn't have very many um, ethnic food places or places where Muslims could get halal meat. And so my wife and I had the pleasure of taking them to Chicago to be able to purchase some halal meat. And just that time that we spent with them was wonderful. We had an opportunity. They wanted to give us, feed us dinner. And so we had an opportunity to eat with them. But their experiences are unique. Our families, they are multi faceted, and so as I am saying, even in my own experiences with my families over the years, whether they were Latino families, Vietnamese families, Bengali families, or families from other experiences, other places, these immigrant families, their stories and their experiences have all been unique. Uh, though they have many layers, too often we only see the exterior and we only hear that accent without seeing the person, almost like the invisible man. Uh, without looking deeper, we cannot see Lupita and Carlos, the Spanish dominant professionals with degrees in journalism from the Mexican University that Morilla pointed out on page 23, and that their advanced computer literacies have allowed them to research on the internet and in books about advantages of being bilingual and biliterate. And they have become convinced that the better their children learn to read and write in Spanish, the better they will eventually do in English. And so this is important for us as educators to grasp. And looking at the families in the video uh, showed us that the family, they all come together to educate their children. The experiences that we have when we get to know these families shows that everybody is playing a part. Marilla pointed out that another thing that emerged during their conversations with families is parents' support for their children's literacy development through the use of Spanish in the home. That was evident in the video of the children and their adult family member. I've always said that knowing another language is like having an alternative route, an alternate route to a destination. Um, those of us who only have a single route are stuck if that bridge is out. But families and children with bilingual and multilingual skills have an aerial view that many of us could only hope to possess. Murillo shared on page 24 that while learning English was extremely important for the families, they believe that Spanish is a resource for keeping the family united as well as for learning English. And so over the years, again, though some children have had to translate for their families, we have had the pleasure of seeing some extremely strong families uh, who work together to, first of all, maintain their first connection as family. But Spanish is that glue. And we've also seen the families work in the family businesses, the children rather, work in the family businesses to make sure that that business works well, sometimes keeping the books, reading the letters, and helping to translate those things that come from the government in English and so forth. And so these families do have um assets, and these families are significant holders of languages and literacies that we can only benefit if we will let them in the doors. And I think I mentioned in another post that we had begun working on ways to bring families in, and then there was a shift in the district, and then we um, went in a different direction, and there was no talk of what was already in place and how do we maintain that. We never went back there, and so we've been trying to uh, recapture that. And then, of course, since COVID came to visit us, we have not opened those doors. But the good news has been that the new ways of communicating, Zoom and so forth, have opened up some doors. And then the new apps that have come about that we use in school allow us to communicate with families, and they can communicate in their own language as the apps translate to their language when the communication comes from us. And then when they communicate back with us, it comes to us in English. Um, And so one thing that we can take away from this as we think about it as educators, and especially those of us who are monolingual for the most part, uh, is that sentence at the bottom of page 25 in Murillo's writing, where it says, knowing Spanish well enough to speak directly with parents is an obvious advantage, but perhaps less important than a sincere interest and desire to learn from families. And so that's the big takeaway, if you ask me.
So when we think about the linguistic bricolage and its connection to funds of knowledge, one of the things that Murillo invites us to do is to think about how this bricolage is built in homes, communities, churches, and even stores. And you could even add to that list. And the methods that we use is by observing in families and also doing something called bracketing. Bracketing means that we attempt to suspend our prior perceptions, our prior ideas, or what we call ideologies of what families can and cannot do. We also observe family and community events and conduct in-depth family interviews. And so you've attended to some of that with your family interview, and certainly you've been to family and community events. And perhaps you've been in contexts where you had to be the observer, meaning again, you were the learner, right? Which is what Moen Gonzalez invite us to do. Our last reading comes from Louie and Davis Melton, who talk about family literacies project. I call it the Family Multiliteracies Project. And it's all about the bilingual book creation and how children across their language differences can co-create these books and make it a rich literacy experience. So there's a couple of questions that Louie and Davis Melton invite us to do, and they have this section called Pause and Ponder. So I'm going to put two of these pieces up here and invite you to talk about is how can we leverage Yale's cultural experiences to enrich the literacy curriculum, and how can our classrooms, be more inclusive to engage culturally and linguistically diverse students. So I'd invite you to post here as well.
I'm going to speak to how can we leverage Yale's cultural experiences to enrich the literacy curriculum. I think that we need to draw on the experts in our communities, and that is our Yale parents. I recognize that at my school, we've tried to make gains in this, and we've created a Hispanic parent organization along with a African American parent organization to try to hear the voices of our parents and get them involved in our school experiences. But I think that something that bothers me is when we attempt to celebrate or acknowledge cultural celebrations. I'm thinking like Day of the Dead and National Hispanic Heritage Month, and we try to talk about quinceañeras and just all of those typical cultural experiences that most of our kids probably participate in. And then we try to relay the meaning of the cultural event or try to design a bulletin board to commemorate some of those cultural experiences. I think it would be much richer if the families in the community that are knowledgeable about these cultural experiences would come and teach and enrich and enlighten us about what is important and why is it celebrated, and then entangle that with reading and writing and speaking about and presenting about and understanding those significant experiences than in our classroom. Once we've, kind of got a fuller understanding of their heritage and their culture and whatnot, we can definitely tie that into our literacy curriculum for sure.
Hi, Reagan. Thanks for your suggestion about having affinity parent advisory groups across lines of race and language. I think those are so important. A lot of schools don't do them because they feel like they're segregating, but we know in the equity work that we do, that you do in Lawrence Township, that this is honored as a sanctioned space where families can feel greater safety, greater symmetry. I think, though, when we have events like Day of the Dead or African American History Month, AAPI Month, which is in April, by the way, and we don't typically do that because we don't have a lot of Asian kids in our schools. But when we think about that, if those events are brought into the brought into the school, we have to really think about our temptation to schoolify that event and make it schoolified. So, and so, in what ways do we become learners as educators in those spaces? It's not that we don't help set up tables. It's not that we don't help communicate, the invitation, right? I'm not saying that we're exempt from participating, but in what ways do we allow the families to really take on the leadership of that event? And how do we sit back and just listen and perhaps be uncomfortable and dissonant, right? Because that's where really significant learning happens. So when we think about symmetry, symmetry doesn't happen like that, right? Symmetry is something that is fostered over time, and it's fostered over time through significant relationships. So as a fifth grade teacher, I'd imagine that you have, perhaps with a family, you have taught maybe 2 or 3 of their kids over time. And if you have a family event like that, they're probably going to come to it, right? And you'll be able to see the family unit, which is super enjoyable. But at the same time, as the event takes on whatever, identity it takes on, in what way can we sit in that space as learners? What I worry about always is when we do these sorts of things is the ways that we then put mental school borders around it. And when we do that, there can be a limitation that makes it asymmetrical, meaning we are still the significant holders of knowledge and they are sort of the, voluntary contributors of knowledge. So anyway, that's something that I want you to think about, a pause and a ponder for you.
Hi, Dr. Trish. I was just responding to you. I definitely can see how easily it would be to fall into the trap of schoolifying it or trying to justify this interaction with the kids to make sure it meets some standard or that we're the driving force behind it. When I posted that, I really was trying to relay that I wanted to be the student and I wanted someone with experience and knowledge to come teach me and my students about cultural experiences and how it relates to their lives and the importance of it. And then try to use that after that experience to then enrich the literacy curriculum. But I can definitely see how it would be intimidating and overwhelming for families to enter in that building. But my hope would be that the school would welcome them as someone with valuable expertise that can teach not only the teachers but the students the significance of their culture and how they celebrate and how they use those experiences to enrich their family literacies. So, but I definitely see how it could easily turn into something that was not as genuine as I was originally thinking.
Hey Reagan. So I'm curious as to, I know you mentioned that your school does has like parent organizations for Black families and for Hispanic families. And I want to know if those are more like, are do they work together with like the general PFO, or are they part of the PFO, or is it just like a kind of like a group? I guess I'm wondering how your school does that. My school here does not do that at my new school. Um, and I know that um, they have low PFO numbers in our school in general. And I think that I don't feel, and it's been like that at my previous school. My previous school had a lot of parent volunteer, or the PFO, PTO. I don't know, each school calls it different, but the PFO at my previous school was super large. They always had a lot of members, but most of those, even though I was in the entire school, was um, a two-way dual language school. The majority of the parents that were part of this organization were white, most of them. Um, and so they asked us, how can we get more of our Hispanic families involved, because like half of our school is Spanish speaking. And it's the same way here at my new school as well. Half basic 49% of our students are ELs. And so I guess I'm wondering if you guys have higher numbers there, as meaning parents that are actually, participating, and how they started that. If you know much about it, I think it would be great to have a parent organization like that here at our school. And because I know for a fact, like in Mexico, they have parent communities like this for schools, because schools over there also, they do like performances, or they do things just like we do here, just like, they have conferences, they do all of those things. It's just different. And um I just wonder, how you guys got that started. I think that would be great to have more parent involvement when we do all of these activities. For example, this year we did, for Hispanic Heritage Month, we did each of the dual language classes did a dance, a performance for the entire school. My students were very, very they were very they had never done a performance like this in the past, and they were very hesitant. Some of them at the beginning didn't want to dance at all, but once, I picked several dances, and they narrowed it down to the one they wanted to learn. And we learned the dance, and they got up on the stage and performed, and they were very scared. to perform, especially in front of the older students. But once they saw the little kids, you know, that because first grade went first, once they saw first, second, third, and you know, some of them, many of them have siblings or cousins that were also performing. We had some parents that came in and volunteered to help. Um, but anyways, I wish that because there is so much that could be done, or accomplished with if we had a larger um, group of families, of family involvement, because they would bring so much to our school. We would learn so much from them, and we would get to hear their voice. And so I think that that's the most important thing. And so I just want to know or get ideas on, you know, how to get something like this started.
Hi, Paula. Just to answer your question, it was born out of many of the reasons that you said. Really, there was low family involvement. The majority of the families that were involved in the PFO were white, and our principal recognized that through our diversity work that really the PFO should be a representation of the families within our school. And so we tried to open up some conversations. And these two groups that we started really weren't a part of that organization, a part of the PFO. It was more of a conversation. What are some of the hardships you're experiencing as it relates to schools? What can we do to better reach families of color and families that speak a different language than us, that are a part of the Hispanic culture? How can we be more understanding, more available, and how can we facilitate you getting involved with our school? And it was just beginning prior to COVID, and then obviously COVID hit and we kind of took a pause, but the intentionality was there, and I can see us picking that back up and hopefully trying to foster that relationship between all of our families and the school to make it a better experience for our family. I would think that would be our end goal, but that was kind of the idea behind it.
Hi, Paula. Thanks for bringing up the contrast between Forest Glen and Indian Creek and the differences between the PFOs or the parent organizations that are there. And I don't want to equate that one has more family engagement and one has less. It means that family engagement looks differently in your context. I also want us to think about when we are working with families of color, emergent bilinguals, immigrant youth and their families. I think something that we have to really keep in place is that schools can be very intimidating places for a lot of different reasons, because it may evacuate and marginalize just their very human bodies. And because of that, they don't always see schools as humanizing locations. They might see you as a humanizing individual, but the school as a system has a particular way of being that might be a turnoff. So if we try to recruit for PFO, right, maybe that is something that we need to think about differently. Are we recruiting for a PFO for family engagement? The fact that we're recruiting for family engagement and we don't get many people to join suggests to me not that there is not family engagement. It suggests to me that that particular structure is probably not going to work in your current context. So what would it look like to just bring families together, right? If we do parent teacher nights, what does it look like to do something similar to that, or perhaps just a small gathering of people, and we just sit back and listen. And if we sit back and listen, I think we'll hear the stories and the multiliteracies of the families and what they're doing in their homes and communities and schools. And we can perhaps begin to reimagine what family engagement looks like, and also reimagine what I mean by mental borders, right? Because I think we do a really, really good job of saying this is what we do in school, and if you don't, sit in symmetry or in agreement with us around that, then you're not as engaged or you're not as supportive. And I think there's a really different way to look at it. So the pause and the ponder, back to you. Is a PFO recruitment, is that the right answer? Or is that an easy response, an easy answer? And we need to be more responsive and think really differently by listening to our families of color, our immigrant youth family, our emergent bilinguals, and what they have to say.
Hi, Dr. Trish. So I guess, probably a PFO isn't going to be, a PFO type organization isn't going to be what we're looking for here, or what I think there should be at our school. That's just something that I've heard. I feel like that's just like a culture in, I don't know if it's the district, or I've never taught in any other district. So I just feel like, in both of the buildings that I've been on, it's always like, we thank our PFO for everything that they do for us. And, they always, do fundraisers and talk about how much they've raised for the school and to help the teachers. And so that's just always what I don't know, that's just always what I've kind of was picturing or thinking, that they wanted more involvement. I'm not really sure where they were going with that. It's just, since I had never been involved in the PFO, it's more, I've just been on the teacher side of it. But I don't think that would be something that would, I guess, work for our families. But I think that having parent nights would be beneficial. I know that in the past, before COVID, they've done parent nights. I know that we have at my previous building, and we also have at this building, Indian Creek, where I'm at, they have had them. But I feel like a lot of the times when they're family nights, it's like we're informing them, like, this is what you should be doing at home. Like, these are some good reading practices. I remember we've even like printed out sheets where, like, of questions that parents can ask after their students are reading. But I guess we've never really asked, what are you doing at home? And especially, considering the fact that I didn't really know what to look for in multiliteracies, like the fact, like it was mentioned in the reading, like the calendar, the way that the mom, like, organized everybody's appointments, and when the bills were due. I never considered that being as part of multiliteracies. And so I guess I wouldn't have even known what to, that was even a type of multiliteracy. But I feel like, if we do come together, it would be, us coming together and just having conversations. Probably I would imagine some sort of like potluck type of thing where we talk about, and that way we can get to know each other through the food that we eat, the different foods that we eat at home, and just kind of make things more comfortable, in a sense where, I'm not necessarily like, up there giving some presentation about what you should do. It should be more of us having conversations about what is done at home, and kind of giving families, like you said, a place to speak. And I feel like when we invite families to schools, it's more like, we're going to be up there telling you what you should be doing, or, how to, how your student can be more successful, or how they're doing at school. So it's not, I don't feel like we've ever done any kind of night, a family night, where it's truly been like, what are you doing at home? Where it's truly just getting to know the families, instead of us giving them, all of this information.
I'd invite you to look at the related videos here, and again, post on your related on the slide where your name is attached. This next portion of the voice thread is regarding a study that our team at Purdue has done related to the family multiliteracies. And we conducted questionnaires and interviews with our partners La Plaza and also Goshen College and our team at Purdue. And so we looked at these 6 areas, and if you notice, they're the 6 areas that you just investigated with your families. So across 5 different school districts, we found many different things in these 6 areas, and I'm going to share those initial findings with you now. So using a representative subset from our larger scale study, we found that all parents spoke to their child in Spanish, and all children first spoke Spanish when they first began to speak. But not surprisingly, the siblings speak to each other in English. So they may interact with their parents in one language, but speak to their siblings in another. So this is the phenomenon of growing up in an English dominant context or a language dominant context, is that the language seeps in. And so we see that the use, as generations move forward, we see what we call language shift. So this is what we found.
So I know that this is just a comment about this particular language development and language shift, because I experienced this first count, and so um growing up, even with my friends, when I first met, I didn't meet another Hispanic student or child or friend, I guess, until I was in 6th grade. So from 2nd to 6th grade, I didn't know anybody that spoke Spanish that was like me. And so once I got to middle school, I met friends that were Hispanic, and at that time we would speak Spanish to each other, maybe a little bit, maybe here and there we would throw in a word, but everything was mostly spoken in English, as well as with their siblings. With all my siblings, I also only speak in English, but um, they don't speak Spanish at all, so I kind of had to speak English with them, and still do. And this is something that I feel like there's a big stigma here, because with students or with kids that are Hispanic and don't speak Spanish, my sister is one of them. My mom and we have the same mom. My Both of our moms and our dads are Hispanic, but my sister doesn't speak Spanish, because that's all she heard. It was English growing up. Um, and my daughters, so even though my ex-husband and I are both Mexican, we were both born in Mexico, and moved here very young to the United States, we hardly ever spoke to each other in Spanish. I mean, we until this day, we speak to each other, excuse me, in English. and we really don't speak Spanish to each other. And so both of our daughters grew up hearing Spanish because my mom would, my side of the family would speak Spanish to her, or or she would hear Spanish in the household. And with his family, again, his family primarily only speaks Spanish, and so both of my daughters have grown up hearing Spanish, but they don't necessarily speak Spanish, and I don't speak to them in Spanish either. And so I kind of get this. Some people kind of, I guess, judge me for not teaching my children Spanish, and I think it comes from when I first moved here. I knew zero English, and it was kind of like it drilled into me that I needed to learn English. Not like, no one ever said don't speak Spanish, but I understood that in order to have friends, to learn, to do everything I needed to when I moved here, I needed to learn English. And so I kind of let my Spanish, I pushed it to the side. And there was a time in my life where I never spoke Spanish. Like, it was almost like I was not almost, I was embarrassed of the fact that I knew Spanish, because it wasn't seen as something that was needed or necessary. Something that they pointed out in the reading on page on the reading from Murillo on page 19, where she was like, where she mentioned that in the elementary school, they kind of almost like say that you shouldn't speak Spanish, but then Spanish is offered as an academic subject in high school and college. And so, when it's just kind of, she said that there was kind of an irony or a paradox that reflects a long history of discrimination against Spanish speakers in the region. And so I definitely, this slide just kind of resonates with me. So I just kind of wanted to, I guess, tell you guys how I felt about this.
Paula, I think on these voice threads, I don't always go through and listen to everybody's comment because just time and whatever. But I saw you commented on the slide, and I really wanted to hear you about your experiences. And I really enjoy hearing about your experience with language development and speaking Spanish and learning English. Partially because it's a completely different worldview than my own. As an English only speaker, I had the Spanish as a second language, academic course content. And we're always told how important it is to learn another language. And at the time that I was in high school, it was, it's so important to learn Spanish, where, that's going to be really helpful for you in your career, in your job, which it was. I'm not discounting that. But I only have the viewpoint of seeing it as a positive, career-oriented skill. And it is hard for me to look at my Hispanic students and who don't speak Spanish, who, weren't born in the United States and don't speak Spanish, and think, oh yeah, of course, like that's how it goes. But I think the experiences of all my students are important, and listening to your account of your childhood helps kind of, I don't know, look ahead to the future and of my students and kind of see where they're coming from. Because, you know, my first grade students can't really explain their experiences yet. And I just really appreciate it. So thanks for sharing with us.
Sam and Paula, I love the symmetry and how you are learning from one another. So Paula, it's so interesting to me that when you talk about language use and language development and interaction with peers, not until later in schooling, but how you talk about it as a form of identity and a form of kinship and connection. Whereas Samantha, the way that it was sort of sold to you when you were going through K through 12 schooling was that it's a skill that will help you make more money, or it's a skill that will advance your career. And so we see it more as sort of esoteric and separate and something that you get, whereas Paula talks about it as, you know, deeply personal. And so I think those are some differences. I think specifically, Sam, in your context in your district where there is a dual language program at a different building, and Paula, you are in a dual language program, right? That is typically how we sell dual language to an English monolingual population, is that your kid will have a better brain and they will, you know, have more job opportunities. And we think of that as really esoteric and like, woo, that's really super cool. But then when we think about people like Paula, um, or the kids in our classroom and the families that we just interviewed, we think of that as, well, yeah, they're bilingual, right? And, you know, because that's the way that it is. And we don't have those same positive ascriptions. But importantly, I think that we see there's some distinctions between the messaging of being bilingual that you and Paula had that are different. And I think it's great that you've created this space of symmetry to have that conversation. I'd encourage you to continue to comment on this page, because I think it's super rich for us to think about the different ways that we view multilingualism. Another key finding from our study, representative of the 5 districts in this class, is that all parents want their children to be bilingual and biliterate. And their primary reason for bilingualism and biliteracy is for a better career, better opportunities, but also for their cultural identity. So they are able to communicate with grandparents. So they are able to connect with their heritage. And that positive identity formation was really important to families. And they identify that the main strategy for raising bilingual children is speaking Spanish in the home and being very vigilant about that language use in the household so it was retained. And in some cases, families identify that they learn from other families and other relatives that the lack of Spanish in the home over time meant that there was a growing disconnect between children and parents, specifically in the area of language, as children experience what you call a rapid language shift, which then leads to language loss over time. And so parents, not all parents, but many parents were really persistent in maintaining Spanish in the household. So these are the types of literacies or multiliteracies that emerged in the household based on our questionnaires, interviews, and video captures of our families across all of the districts that are represented in this section. So the first was print literacy, which generally came from school. Media literacy, which includes things such as tablets, which we found an abundance of versus laptops or desktops, particularly smartphones and televisions. And school literacies, which were connected to print literacies, and created literacies, and how all of these things intersected where families created their own literacies. So one of the things that we discovered is in one of our communities, we found that families that spoke indigenous languages other than Spanish would go to the church mass. They would listen to the service in Spanish, and then afterwards they would gather with others from their indigenous community. And with the priest, they would negotiate what the priest was saying. And they would do that in their heritage indigenous language. And so this was quite a lengthy process, but it demonstrated their commitment to understanding the source message and how it took multiple parties to do so. But in so doing, it wasn't what you call a transliteration, where you take this from Spanish and you turn it into another language, or you take this from English and you turn it into another language, similar to what we talked about in week 5 related to testing. Really, it is something that was richly negotiated. So one of the things that I think is important to think about when we think about created literacies, think about all the ways that you count literacy, be it homework, assignments, activities, and in what ways can created literacies be representative and demonstrate that our families are doing something with our families. It just may not be in ways that we understand. But what we did find with created literacies is that they were exceptionally creative. They took cognitive demand. They were difficult and they took time, and our families negotiated them and did them. Y los deseos. What our parents, what our families wish schools would be thinking about. Paciencia was a common construct that repeated itself again and again, that teachers need to show more paciencia. Very simply, that is patience, but paciencia in Espanol is, and also in the context of being teachers and learners of this concept, is that paciencia is much bigger than just being patient, because patience involves understanding and connection. And that's what the parents were trying to express to schools. And then also we found that families would be inclined to have more bilingual teachers and paraprofessionals, and they would really enjoy having that for their children. So that's all for family multiliteracies. Thank you for engaging in this important work as we extend our notion of academic language from the school to our homes and communities.